La 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 la. There we go. Sorry about that. What up, Rio? What up, Edward Kennedy? Long time no see. Stupid Tomato. I was just about to put my phone down. I saw this. I took my Paragard a couple of days ago. I did 130 drop per day, and it's crazy. I saw they grabbed my brain down. You ain't kidding when they say parasites or a thing. And it's our stupid freaking government's fault that they don't on fun only. So parasites aren't talked about in health at all. Like, kids don't even know what they are. Like, if you ask 99 people out of 100, they'll say, "Oh, like tapeworms." Yeah, well, there's intestinal parasites like tapeworms, but there's also tens of thousands of other different types that can cause all kinds of wackadoodle stuff in your body. And doctors, like, I think our medical establishment, when a kid goes to a doctor for the first time for a checkup, or to say, "Hey, I got a problem. I can't concentrate in school, or my tummy feels bad," or whatever, it should be, if it's the first time, like, for going to the doctor like 13 or whatever for a physical, you should be given a course of antiparasitics and then to have your blood taken to see where you're at with your vitamin and mineral profile. Because they might be like, "Oh, you have ADHD, here's some freaking wackadoo," when it might not be ADHD. It might be a vitamin deficiency or something, and you're going to be on ADHD. That needs to change. Hopefully we'll see a change. I'm working on that now. Binoculars. What's the most prestigious entrance exam in the United States? The most prestigious? Well, it depends. It depends on where you want to go. Like, there's like a military exam. There's a law, like the bar exam. So it depends. Depends where you want to go. There's a lot of different types of prestige. Parasites, binoculars, parasites. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. But yeah, there's a bunch. There's a. I mean, obviously the most prestigious is the 110th grade exam. Yeah, but that needs to change. Stupid Tomato. That needs to change. Like, I don't know the numbers exactly because we don't study. We don't do studies on them. But I would imagine that at least a decent chunk. Let's just go really low and say 20%. Like, even things like, there's things like that appear to be diabetes, like type 2 diabetes. You can have parasites on your pancreas. The cells that make insulin are called the islets of Langerhans. And there could be parasites on your liver at the islets of Langerhans consuming the insulin as it's created. So if you test your blood, you're like, "Oh, you're not making enough insulin," but you might be. That's just a bad way to test. So what it should be is, "Oh, you don't have enough insulin in your blood." Not that you're not making enough, because they don't know if you're making enough. They're just saying there's not enough in your bloodstream. Your body might be making enough. It might be getting consumed from the time it leaves your islets of Langerhans to your bloodstream. So, right. So the people could be on that for years and years and years and years and years, but decent course of antiparasitics, like, okay, the first thing we need to do is make sure that you don't have any kind of deficiency or parasite. So we'll give you $3 worth of antiparasitics, to get that taken care of. And then, make sure that that's how medicine should go, in my opinion. What's the exam? Gets leaked and the people in the USA pretend against the government ministry to resign. What if the exam gets leaked? Well, there's more than one exam. There's more than one. There's a bunch of different, they're not the same questions over and over again. You understand what I mean? So like, say in law, you have like 1,000 things you need to know, but the exam's on like 100 of those things. So they can have tens of thousands of different exams that have from those initial 1,000 things you need to know mixed up. You know what I mean? What up, Georgie? Hey, I want to thank everyone who supported me through my recent breakup with Angela. Her and I have gone our separate ways. Good. Yeah, you're crazy for freaking hanging on to her, brother. Liver parasites, a liver fluke. It's a baby infection. Yeah, but most people the only thing they know at all about any parasites is either your dog or cat gets like heartworms, and they've heard about intestinal parasites like freaking dare tapeworms, because they were used for weight loss back in like the 40s, the 20s, 30s, and 40s. Remind me that I take a 30 drops today. I'll set up next week. You'd recommend it for fourth, right? Yeah. I mean, yeah, and it's just food. It's just food. But the first time that you ever do that, you want to basically hammer them. And a lot of people don't eat seeds. They don't eat a lot of, people like tend to not eat pumpkin seeds as often as they should, or a lot of times you'll get artificial garlic in foods. So there's a problem too. If you would eat natural garlic, and I think that's another reason why we might be so high in parasites today, is because a lot of the artificial flavorings that are used, if we would use the natural extracts of those things, you would have, more of a parasite cleansing or killing capability. Exam leaks, like people in education and ministry sell exam papers prior to exam at high price. Right. I understand that. But like, they don't just use the same exam, is what I'm saying, for those reasons. So there'll be a pool. So you'll have a pool of like 1,000 questions, and the exam might be 100 questions. So the order of those 100 or 1,000 questions, pulled out and mixed to your random 100 question exam. This is for instance, so it's not like the answer is A, B, B, A, C, D, A, B, A, C, D. That it happened in India, and there was a huge protest. What's discussed before is proved. So this is a huge thing that's going on about H-1B visas, H-1B visas, because India has a lot of diploma mills where you had a whole lot of people, 900,000, almost 1 million people that were in America from India that had faked documentation and certifications because they were going to places that basically gave them the answers. And they're like doctors and stuff. And so that's probably why this came out a couple of months ago here in America. So America, I'm sure, probably said, hey, if you want us to be able to take your people, you guys need to button that up. That's probably why you're having that problem now. What's up, Glenn? Garden's doing good, brother. I got a lot of things growing. We have different sets, sir, but the questions remain the same. Yeah, that's that. Listen, they did that for a reason. They want people to go and pay and get a guaranteed yes, get a guaranteed answer, especially people that they want to ship over here. I wanted to start, you recommended those, but I wanted to see how it reacted to me first, just do a little bit results were wild, excited to see the polls. Yeah, no, I can understand that, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I did not go shopping today. I went and dropped off a bunch of stuff for donations today. But I haven't been besides that was like 9 o'clock this morning. I've been inside the work, been at the house the rest of the day. Another reason was a dehydrated when I started, so I want to play it safe. No, yeah, absolutely. No, I get it. Yeah, absolutely. And it's like, I find that the whole dropper is like, if you just like evacuate all the air and suck it up, that's 30 drops or 28 to like 32 drops. So like I don't sit there and go 1, 2, 3, 4, and you want to shake it up too, before you do that, because stuff will settle. We literally suck our brains up and realize nepotism kids getting into prestigious colleges. Yeah, it's all a scam. It's a scam. It's become a huge scam around the world. It's like okay, hey, I want to start a company to get a bunch of people into America, to get a whole bunch of pay from them in America. So I'll say, hey, I'll give you 50 guys the answers to the exams. You'll go get the exams. You'll go over to America, make $80,000 a year. I want 10% of what each of you make. And there's mills set up like that have now been. So when that was found, one of the things that our current administration did is to make the price of applying for an H-1B visa, H-1BC visa, $100,000. So you had to actually have a company that sponsored you that actually wanted it, because it got all out of whack. It became a whole wackadoo. Spy exam papers. I had lunch today, triple steak, tri-tip steak, sandwich fries. 64 barbecue sauce, horseradish. 60-40 barbecue sauce, horseradish sauce, and cocaine and Dr. Pepper. What up, Ben? What happened here? Watch Fed chairman testimony yesterday, left side asking me why he's going to kill AI crypto. When he's going to kill AI crypto and get them to pledge not to listen to Trump, some politician even went on AI sci-fi. Yeah, that's so crazy. $20 sandwich. I'm not related to Markiplier, so you're not the first person to have said that, though. So real one. What the theory now is, we've got a lot of people in our government that are working with China and being paid from Chinese industry to try to slow the development of AI and crypto in America, so that China has the time to overtake us in those professions, or in those not professions, subjects, sessions, areas. And they're like, hey, whatever you can delay. There was just a woman in California. She was a mayor of a city in California, and she was a Chinese spy. And like, this was part of the things that, when you look into like the things that they were working to try to do, it was try to stifle growth, help enrich themselves, but stifle growth in industry. So we've had some wackadoo stuff. Why is Dr. Pepper so special? We need to have it here. I'm not a huge fan of it. My brother was a huge fan of it. It has like 23 flavors in it. They're special, and a lot of people really like it. To me, it's like it's overwhelming. I like more mild things. AI sci-fi was about America not having to face China. AI super intelligence wants to kill both America and China. So, did you hear about that new AI release from ChatGPT or whatever the new release 5.3 or 5.8 was? And apparently there's a bunch of people that when they load it on and they say, hey, do this or that, it's got a new thing added into it, a new protocol added into it, where if it doesn't know exactly what you're talking about, it'll still try to solve your problem. And it does what's called cheating, where in the background, it will do a Google search to see if it's correct. So it feels like it knows what it's doing, but what it's doing is it comes to a conclusion or an answer, then it Googles it in the background to see if it was right. Now, why that's on a production platform, that's crazy. On a production release, that's crazy. But people are having their hard drives and their databases completely zeroed out or RMRF'd. So it looks like it's like, no, you don't need this. Like AI's like you don't need this as a human. Your life would be better without all this data. So I'll just delete all of your data. Pepsi and root beer equals Dr. Pepper. I've heard that. It's probably true too. Like, and also ginger ale, they said, was Sprite or 7-Up and a splash of Coca-Cola makes, and like in the restaurant industry, if we ran out of or if we didn't have ginger ale and people asked for it, that's what we would do. We would do like almost a whole pint of 7-Up and then a splash of Coke or Pepsi in it, and just to give it that little off clear color. We got any work came up, brother? Joys of being in management. All right, brother Tomato. Dude, did you hear about the Ohio House? Yes, we watched it. We watched the video on that 2 days ago. The 18 kids or something like that were all freaking whacking, dude. And the dude had eyes like that. Oh. Why does the left side hate both crypto and AI, new technology? That's my theory. The theory is that you have a lot of people in power. Because remember, the left, the Democrats used to be what MAGA is now. At MAGA, the Democrats, like Obama was called the deporter in chief. He deported more people than any other president. And he wanted closed, tight borders. And he wanted was better for the working man, and now that's what MAGA is. So something happened where these longtime Democrats switched what they were interested in, but stayed Democrats. And it looks like They're like, we spent all this time in Congress and we're not billionaires. So maybe if we work with the Chinese, they'll help us get rich off of this stuff. And it looks like they stifled growth. I mean, everything that started to go good, it went wackadoodle. I do not know, not 24/7. No, a lot of times, a couple of days, I do about 12 hours a day, but every day. I only heard about this morning. Yeah, it's crazy. Have you noticed there's not many chemtrails in the sky lately? Yes, I have noticed that too, Leslie. Yeah, you've been, I ain't seen you in a while. Well, come with. Yes, I've noticed that too. I've noticed that too. So there's also there's this company called Rainmaker that you can hire to spray your area, so it can rain in your area. Rainmaker.com, I think it is. I'll pull it up. China fine work on AI drones, build tech with Western civilizations revert to the 1800s, right? And then they could recreate it in their own image. Yeah, how are you, Bear? I just pissed about the female Achilles. Yeah, a lot of people are. A lot of people are lifting my entire skies, kept up from wildfires. What's up, Bear, brother? The wildfires are absolutely nuts in the Midwest, smoked out the U.S. 24/7, you got a massive. Oh, did you play? What up, Panda? Cloud seeding. Yeah, here, check this out. Check this out. Rainmaker cloud seeding. Yeah, right here. In El Segundo, California, right here. So you can go ahead and you can purchase it to rain in your area. And there's actually, like, they have stands that go into the ground and they wait till the pressure gets so what, or they have updrafts and it releases the, like, silver iodide that goes up, and then those crystals start to create water droplets, yada, 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 and it makes it rain. But this has been known since the 1970s. The 1973, I think it was the 93rd Congress, there was a bill or a law that was put into place. It was an act, the Weather Modification Act. And that was Congress in 1973 saying too many companies are modifying the weather too much. If you don't tell Congress when you're modifying the weather, it's like a $25,000 fine. And that was back in 1973. And then, like, you hear in like the 2000s, they're like, "No, you're crazy. You're a conspiracy theorist." But it's one you can look. Weather Modification Act of 1973. Hurricane season, go to get dozing. Okay, right here. Not the Endangered Species Act. Weather. Okay, look. So the AI says there is none, right? There is none. And most people would stop there. But if you go to congress.gov, here it is right here. Weather modification regulation, licensing, and permitting requires any state, any system that regulates any weather modification active license, any person engaged in such activity, blah, 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 blah. So, right. So why don't they want it to be like common knowledge that that's happening? A tornado went by my house, hurricane, about 2 years ago. Hurricane Burl. I predicted a massive earthquake on the West Coast in the next 2 to 4 weeks. Targeted. I don't remember that many people getting shot under Obama. I don't remember as many people dying in detention under Obama. I don't know. I because it wasn't popularized and it wasn't advertised like it was. But the detention camps that were built by the Obama administration were absolutely attributed to the Trump administration. So any of the bad news, the bad stuff that was done there was attributed to the Trump administration. So that could be a reason. And it's obvious nowadays that the media is on the side of the left. So anything that was untoward during the Obama administration, how would we know? I mean, we could do some research into it. If you still don't think there's spraying chemicals, you have to be placed. Yeah. I agree. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention back then either. I wasn't paying attention back during the Obama administration because Obama was talking about how kick-ass it was, giving out awards to the same guy that Trump's got, Tom Homan. Obama gave him an award for deporting 900,000 people. And like, so the culture was different. Well, Obama says it needs to be done and we're going to be safe. Oh, there's still a thing. Absolutely. Yeah, and he filled up. What's it called? What's that place? Oh man, Guantanamo Bay. Now the real conspiracy is that Lindsey Graham died from an actual heart attack. Good question. Good question. People died in detention centers in Obama. They put them in literal cages in the heat. Yeah, right. It just wasn't a problem back then because everybody liked the president when Obama was president. You know. That's funny. Obama drone bomb more countries than any other presidents. Why don't we talk about that? Right. He started more wars, killed more people, and now those wars are finally being buttoned up. So yeah, I can't hate the Republicans, and I can dislike Trump, but I can appreciate what the Republicans are doing a hell of a lot more than what the Democrats are doing. And I still am definitely a fan of J.D. Vance, and I'm still definitely a fan of Marco Rubio, 100%. And I can't find a reason. I keep asking people to tell me why I should go back to being a Democrat. And they just say Trump. Okay, great. But I'm not going to vote for Trump in 28. But why should I vote for a Democrat? Considering how fractured the Democrats are. I don't want to get into this, but what up, Wiener? Dr. Wiener. Democrats created the KKK. Right. And we'll talk about that either. Right. Michelle Obama becomes president. That would be Barry will be the very first. Obama's going to give more strength to the racism. Absolutely. What without doubt. Listen, I'm 49. I remember the 90s. I remember like there was no structural racism. It wasn't until after that it became a huge thing. Well, that's when fundraising also became huge, and then you had these industries that came that were accepting a lot of funding, both government grants and public funding, to stop racism. So everything that appeared to be racist got front page editorialization, and then, or it was editorialized and put front page and everywhere to say, oh, look how the whites are treating the blacks. Donate to the SPLC and we'll stop it. And then now you find out a lot of the stuff was fraud. Obama's own personal chef mysteriously died in a drowning accident. Yep, that's true. Democrats still can't figure out which hand to eat with for the sake of offending someone. Yeah. 49, you're a kid. Yeah. I mean, I don't consider myself old, but I consider myself old enough to remember when we were representing the Democrat Party by securing the borders and worrying about free speech and worrying about the working man and lowering taxes. And now every single thing, like it's unbelievable. Now that there's been so many ways found to get yourself funded, every little problem that can be a problem is now amplified, especially with social media being a thing. It's very easy to amplify things like that and then say, oh, we need millions of dollars in funding. I disagree. Racism was not publicly spoken about. But also, there wasn't a lot. I'm not saying there wasn't racism, but there wasn't racism like this. There wasn't anti-white racism. There wasn't this freaking hatred and xenophobia and waggle. That absolutely, like, and after the Obama administration is when it was put into schooling to start teaching Black and brown children that they cannot win in America because the system is built against them, and white people should step aside and let Black and brown people to have power. And then that's turned into a complete like anti-white, like freaking Harvard is getting sued for being racist against white people. That's crazy. That shit didn't happen against white or Black people back then. But also using this as a way to make money was, they said, okay, now anybody can go to college. But when I went to college, the semester I went, I had to pass an entrance exam to even get access to global warming, to get access to student aid, financial aid. Now they are trying to use the race relations thing to say anybody, white, Black, brown, purple, whatever, can get as much money as they want. But because there wasn't enough courseware, there wasn't enough classes, there wasn't enough curriculum to serve all these new customers, then they started creating all these wackadoo curriculums to sell to people. Now they had way too many people that wanted to go to college, not enough classes to sell to people. So anybody that wanted to, any buddy of a buddy in the government or friend of a friend could write a curriculum, give it to a school, and if the school sold it, they would teach it. they would find a teacher to teach it, to sell those classes to, and it went all wackadoodle. Now the woke side is extreme, but that's an effect. Yeah, right. Well, but in the 90s, it was kick-ass. I lived in Baltimore in the 90s, and it wasn't nothing like it is now. Like it's absolutely, it's absolutely, and the way you hear kids talk to themselves, and how bad, when space starts shrinking, when people start to get violent, and by overcrowding the areas, the urban centers, especially with the immigrants, documented and undocumented, that started to raise the heat, and crime numbers started to go up. So remember, in the 80s, we had like thousands of people dying in like Chicago and New York and stuff like that. And the result of that was Obama saying we got to kick a bunch of people out. In the 2000s, or early 2000s, mid 2000s, Obama was the best president Iran ever had. Yep. Iran and 9/11 happened, so death to America. Absolutely, yeah. Yep. The extreme woke stuff. Yeah, it's horrible. Listen, we're teaching our kids that, like, oh, California, the jewel of America, you can do all the drugs you want, you can be homeless, and you can get money. So this is an option in children's minds. And like prostitution, well, I can just join an OnlyFans, just start, like this. These are the options we've given for our future generations. It's like, and that's that. We definitely should not have made that an option for most people. They realized there was a lull that could be capitalized on. Yeah, I agree. And they capitalized on it to the hell of it. Yeah. I'm done with my rehab accident, my motorcycle. My leg's almost back 100%. That's good to hear. That could be some rough stuff. It's when they do anything to overdo it to the ground. Right. They want to capitalize off it, like you said. They want to make as much money off of every issue as possible. Spent 4 months away in a motorcycle accident, broken leg. Jeez. Trump was elected because of Obama's failures. People wanted to change the Democrat policies. The majority still does. I think what we're going to find out tomorrow too. And I live in Georgia, where they're doing all this investigation into the voter fraud stuff. And we've known in Georgia, we've known for 15 years that the votes rigged, right? And so it was common knowledge. It was stuff we talked about around the water cooler and stuff. And now to see all this stuff come down, and to see especially all like how the liberal side, like they're not even liberals. A lot of liberals, there's liberal Republicans now, which is crazy. There's not, like, the Democrats have gone so far to the left that they push the liberals out. When the people of our earth get good governance technology will allow us to build something better. Yeah, probably. We need governments. Get governments. Shut your MAGA goofy ass up. All right, Rick. Let the masses consume too much sugar, salt, processed foods. We have fluffed the global warming industry. Yeah, I also saw something interesting about the conversion of sugar into opioids, or opiates that can be converted into opioids. And so, like, the push for non-sugar sweeteners, to allow the sugar crop to be converted and to be used into sold opioids. That's like New Mexico University give classes on juggling. Right. The best advice is to learn a trade, forget college. Right, yeah. And Trump got elected because Democrats were so hated by the end of Obama's second term. 2014 red wave was the biggest I've ever seen, yeah? It's funny how they talk about January 6th as if George Floyd riots ever happened. Right, yeah, they're just wackadoo. Cali pays red state welfare. Freemasons have done clown school. Yeah. Crime is 79, 81. It's been dropping ever since. Yeah. But can Trump really have Ossoff and Warnock removed by? Probably not. No. I don't know Trump. I got no idea. I mean, he probably, if that's what happened. Considering I was in the movie industry during that, the liberal movie industry, and a lot of the people in the industry weren't even for Warnock. And Warnock got elected, and that wasn't the push. So, but, people were like, yeah, this was definitely stolen. That's just the way things were down here in gangster Atlanta. England lost, England lost. I'm so happy I'm not being Irish. California's deficit of $35 billion. They aren't funding Reddit. Yeah. Whoever said that, That's wackadoo. Yeah, that's might be what California is telling its residents. But yeah, no, they're going absolutely wackadoodle. Crime has not dropped since the 80s, especially black on black crime. Bro, it was, the reporting of crime, there was like 3,000 murders a year back in those days. I still can't believe we have a girl playing Achilles. What up, Robert? I saw Rothschilds no longer in control of the weather. Yeah, that's the theory. Yeah, 86 Tampa riots. They made a girl Achilles. We should make a white Michael Vick movie. Yeah, and that's the fear, is that you're going to have the pendulum swing back the other way. But you would imagine, like, I wonder why there's not any new characters created. If you have all of this new talent in Hollywood, why are they just rewriting the existing IP? Why aren't they creating new characters for these people? Right? Like, and you know, doesn't make much sense. Yeah, Argentina, definitely. Messi's gonna have his day. Okay, so yeah, but I think the Democrats have become insufferable. I think the Democrat botnet is basically just trying to make everybody feel like, oh, if you don't vote democratically socialist, our lives can't get better. But the people that try to convince me of that aren't people I'd want to hang around long enough for them to talk me into it, and they won't. They just say they're just extremely unhappy and rude, and they don't want to say this is why this would be the best way to go. And they're just like, see, drunken Irish goon. Well, and there's been a lot of history rewritten, and that's a big problem with teaching kids from an iPad or a computer, is that you can have teachers choose to use Wikipedia or other internet-based accepted, even stuff that's been rewritten in dang it, what's the name of that place in Washington D.C.? The Smithsonian. Like the Smithsonian, they're getting a bunch of stuff ripped out of there now. They got that thing. Do you guys hear about Mickey Mouse saying how Mickey Mouse was white supremacist, blackface? Like, that's what the sign says about Mickey Mouse in the freaking in our country's capital. All right, brother. Will you take sponsored money from Honey? No, I absolutely will not. From Honey? No, that's scam, 100%. The air you breathe has been breathed before. That's right. And the water you drink, fish have in. All right, let's see. Let's see what's on the internet. Okay. Actually, did you mention something about that murder rate? 79-71 was around 10 per 100,000. Now it's just half that. Yeah, I guess you're not talking to me, because I agree with that. That's correct. Mickey Mouse is a furry. Africa still has slaves in 2026. Right. And that's another thing. Like, I think you have a lot of people in America, in American politics, especially on the left, that have their families have owned slaves, and the reason that they're pushing the narrative that slavery's over with now, so now we can pay the reparations, is so if they can convince the government to pay that reparations out before the social class or society finds out, no, hey, it's your great granddaddy that actually owned some of these slaves, and then their family fortune has to pay it. That's the theory on why they're so pro reparations, government reparations. But changing the narrative, changing history to say that, or only teaching history as far back as the transatlantic slave trade, and not going back another 100 years or 1,000 years when everybody was slaves to everybody, whoever the winner was, whoever the loser was the slaves. But they only go that far back to say, oh, this is what it was. But yeah, there's slavery now. There's more slavery in the world today than there was during the transatlantic slave trade. They also say other countries as slaves, but Africa's a whole continent. It's way worse, definitely way worse. When we spill our farts, do we unfart ourselves? Good question. Doesn't Elon Musk's father own slaves? I got no idea. Probably. There's a lot of slaves. Like there's a World Slave Index. World Slave Index. Old world. Okay, let's say. So, and then also, right, but good point. Like most people, the narrative is reparations hurt black people, but they don't talk about the white people it hurt. There was more white people hurt for reparations than black people, right? So if we pay for helping things for redlining, that should help the people. They shouldn't make it race-based. More white people were redlined than black people, and right, most people don't even know that, right? Yeah, it wasn't just black communities, it was low income communities, and there was a whole lot. But yeah, they only ever talk about one side. Elon Musk's father is African. So he does. Where can I get 110thgrade.com? Bam, 110thgrade.com. Bam! Wackadoo hat. I guess by proxy, Elon knows you slaves today out. Damn, it's fall. What up, Stevie? Only 60 days. Sorry, not sorry. Yeah, I got wackadoo hats and wackadoo shirts. Right. Well, and that's it's just not taught correctly. It's the history isn't taught correctly. They want to follow a narrative that they have to create on their own. They don't want us to join arm in arm and say we were all attacked by this same issue. They want it to be racial. They want it to be racial to keep the vote on a racial basis. They don't teach. When they teach redlining, they only teach how it affected black people. That I thought was pretty good, brother. Thank you, brother. I gotta get a wackadoo hat. How much they go for? $15.99. 15. Oops, that's the wrong one. $15.99. Are you a smart fella or a fat speller? Yeah, divide and conquer. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is. And they try. The trick is get people in their emotions as quickly as possible, so that they won't ever follow the logical conclusion. Keep people mad. Keep people in their emotions and their feelings, so they won't find the truth. And then when they do find the truth, they spend enough time in their emotions. When they do find the truth, they'll think the truth is a lie. Yeah, that's good. I thought so. Yeah, good praise. Good praise. Thank you, brother. Thank you. What up, Thadiel? Hey, Rich. Saw you yelling your mic. It's all reverb. Sorry, I get excited, brother. Democrats claim black people can't vote. Right. Okay. And here's another thing too. I'm definitely not rich. No, I'm definitely not. Snapback. That's a snap. Yes. Yep. Snapback. Yep. Trucker hat. Corporate slavery is right to a lot. Yeah. Right. That's got to be sorted out. But what made it that way? It didn't used to be that bad. What happened is there's not enough manufacturing in America where the people can say, the trained employees can't get together and say, no, you've got to treat us better, or we're going to step back, and you can't just replace people to touch computers. You have to have people that know what they're doing. When we sold out and sold all of our manufacturing overseas, now with how quickly AI and auto-completing type tasks can be done, anybody can come in, any hot body can come in and do a lot of these jobs. But once we start to get more manufacturing back in America, we can then unionize properly and then negotiate as a whole. They got Luigi Mangione in his feelings. They definitely did. The mic is bad. Sorry, hold on one second. Let me see. Oh, you know what? It's not even the right mic. Doesn't look like. Is that better? Is that better? Is that better? I think that was my it was on my it was on my laptop. I hate my people. He hates those people. Rich Tea Party occupy Wall Street. Not that far apart. Now, Governor Kathy Hochul claims New York claims black children don't know what a computer is. Yeah, that's crazy stuff. That's crazy stuff. I hate that we sold pretty much all American cars made overseas. Yeah. I think it's what's back. I'm a conservative, and I think we can safely say corporations in general haven't been good patriots. I agree. I 100% agree. 100% agree. That's worse. It was good before. Volume's up a bit. Let's see. Da, 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 da. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. La, 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 la. Oh, just raise the volume a bit. Raise the volume a bit. I think it was 1994 when we started having all this. Yeah, 94. Yeah, 94. The end of Bush, beginning of Clinton. Bill, now you must move closer to the mic. I've got multiple mics. La 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 la. Everybody listen to me. All right, anyway. Stewart is trolling. There you go. Where should I go if I want to find a beautiful trans woman? We gotta love our trans queens. There's I was freaking swiping on the phone today, and on YouTube Shorts was, do you want to date trans girls in your area? It's like, Jesus Chrysler, when did they start doing that? I mean, I know a lot of trans people are prostitutes or use prostitution as a way to make money, but I didn't know that there was going to be like freaking trans prostitution or escort sites available on YouTube Shorts. While corporations have recorded record profits, working Americans haven't shared that success. And I think that's why they're upset. I think that's why you have a lot of people that are thinking that socialism or communism is a better idea. But we lost that leverage when we didn't have companies that had 10,000 employees that could come together under a union and then negotiate as a group with it. And that's the problem. We've got a few very large companies, a few like Apple, Google, and like Tesla, SpaceX. But then we have a bunch of smaller, it's like 1,000, a few hundred, a few. We need large manufacturing, large swaths of manufacturing, so that we can have a part of it. And we've got to start teaching our kids financial literacy younger, and we've got to. And I think the Trump accounts were a great idea. I wish somebody would have done it sooner. That the government gives you a birth benefit in an account that you can just add to, that works at the return of the S&P 500, which is great. So you get $1,000 just for being born, and then that can turn into a bunch of money later on down the line with compounding interest. So the kids will start to feel that they own a part of this American experiment, rather than just, feeling like they're being used the whole time. Gordon Gecko. That's all you, bro. 90s was glad. That's good. Yeah, 90s was great. Mike levels are great. Thank you, brother. Trans queens is an oxymoron. You must be drugged up. Hell yeah. I'm so angry right now. I could eat a horse. Remember, China didn't steal our jobs. Our CEOs sent our jobs overseas. Yes, exactly. Right. 100%. 100%. Agreed, Billy. 100%. But it was our government. It was our government that allowed that to happen. There were laws preventing us from moving manufacturing overseas. And I want to say it was 1994 when they opened it up, when they said that we're now. And what happened was, now you've got people in India, China, and other countries that work for not even $1 a day some places. And so you had companies in America being companies saying, I want to pay less people. I want to pay less per person. If we wouldn't have made that legal to do, then we would be in a much different place now. I was union too. I was in the IATSE. Yeah, unions are definitely needed again. Maybe that's where Social Security taxes should go. We can talk about it. I missed 1998. 1998 was a great year. 2001 was good until 9/11. Now, another government failure. Agreed. Right. That's exactly why they brought illegals in. That's exactly why they brought illegals in. Back during slavery, America considered a slave 3/5 a human. Now, that was turned into a racial thing, saying that America said that black people were 3/5 a human, but that's not true. There were black slave owners that weren't considered 3/5 a human. And the reason for the 3/5 human for slaves was so that they couldn't count all of their slaves in for the elections. Now, that same thing that they tried to use back then, they're using now with their slaves. Their low price labor, low cost labor. So now they want to be able to count the illegal immigrants on the census, so they'll get more political. So that the government gets more power, the Democrats get more power, and they tried to do that back in the day. Yeah, but everything was made racial in order to keep people in their emotions. I can't hear 9/11 without thinking of Norm Macdonald. Yeah, Norm Macdonald's great. Bless his soul. I miss watching Dale Earnhardt race in NASCAR. NASCAR was so popular in 2001. Yeah, but to be fair, there should be more benefits for younger people. Because why shouldn't they be older people? Already said. No, I agree. I absolutely agree. I absolutely agree. But we do things in the education system so the kids don't get a leg up. They don't understand how their partying money and how their shoe money and freaking baseball card money and whatever kids waste money on when they're young could help towards their livelihoods. When kids are told that college is going to be covered, they wipe it out of their mind that they need to know anything about money. And we need to start this 10-minute society that we have where people only worry about what they want in the next couple of hours or days, rather than saying, hey, in 5 years I want this, in 10 years I want that. We don't even have that set up, and people just want now. I mean, we're in America where our poor are some of the most obese people. Food isn't a problem. Back then, you had to own your own property to even vote, right? And I agree with that. Having skin in the game, that's what it was called, having skin in the game. You owned property, therefore you need to be able to have a say on how this property can be used and how you want to vote for the military to protect your property and whatnot. There was nothing accidental about the loss of unions squeezing the average worker. No, it was absolutely not accidental. Democrats want amnesty for illegals, ultimately for their vote. Yes, yeah. Yeah, not calculated at all. With assistance of governments, yeah. Crony capitalism and bet their sports money. Yeah, dude, do you know how many people have gambling problems? Bruh, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how many kids have gambling problems and young adults. Chinese labor lives, eats, sleeps 24/7 on Apple manufacturing campuses, 15,000 per dorm with 10 to 15 dorms on site. It's not the government's responsibility to take care of you, wipe your ass for you. No, it's not. It's not. But we also don't need to build a manufacturing class anymore. So we haven't taught our kids how to stay healthy. We haven't taught them dietary requirements properly in order to have a healthy workforce. We just have a bunch of people that they're just creating people that can get old enough to vote, and they don't care if they die off or not. Because if they start to die off, then the pharmaceutical industry and the medical industry will just make a bunch of money. What's up, buddy? Any best memory you remember with your ex-boyfriend? I can't say I have one, brother. They were all good. Hard to compete with slave labor. Yes, right. Yeah, you can't. I know a friend who gambles like crazy on that FanDuel crowd. Yeah, and there's lots of people. I remember we do building sets, and then like at every break, boom, people would pull out their phones. They would get together, and they would be like, I thought they were doing fantasy football stuff. Because I heard them talking sports names and whatnot, and then like I'd hear people be like crushed that they lost a bunch of money. You would have one guy that would consistently hit, and then everybody else would be coming, and then they would share new people would come in and they would share their codes, their QR codes and their sign up codes to get $50 or $100, and then like paycheck to paycheck to paycheck. Like we were making $3,000 a week after taxes pretty regularly. And that money, a lot of people would just gamble it all away. And keep in mind, shorter generations lead to stupider people, easier to control. I agree. Birth rates, yep. Birth rates fall. Culture dies. Hello, everyone. Poyoko here. I just changed my username. Welcome back, Poyoko. Gleep. Robots are going to take over the workforce. So what do we got to do? We got to figure out a way that we can get more people involved in the profitable side of capitalism. More people can own parts of these companies, parts of the S&P 500, parts of stock, so that as these companies flourish and do better, so do you. And we can figure it out if we have more companies to bet on. When do we? Well, we did everything the founders told us not to do. Yes, right. We absolutely did. There's a direct correlation with longer lifespans equaling smarter communities. Stroke man. Yeah, right. So the higher the IQ of a general area, the longer the lifespans. So Reginald Bumquist. Oh, diddly-do. Birth rates are significantly lower for left-leaning people. And I don't think that they understand that. Like what I was talking about before, about like this 10-minute generation, this 10-minute society we have, I don't think they understand that they'll be gone in a generation. If they don't have children to teach their values to, it'll be 20 years and they'll be gone. Yeah, the Bumquist party. All right, let's see what we're doing here. 110thgrade.com. Get you a wackadoo hat. Bam. Thank you, user. Bam. Wackadoo hats. Okay. I like the shirts, too. Bam. What you wearing, girl? I'm wearing a 110th grade hat. Oh, Epic. What up, plastic? We all put on basic income. You know, with the amount of money that's possible to make in America. Listen, it's possible that we could do. I think a lot of this socialist stuff that's in line is a big external money grab, trying to grab the capital of America. Because it's just like how like people talk about the Nazis just use the word socialist in their name to trick people. Well, do those people not think that these current democratic socialists aren't putting that in their name to trick people? Chinese electricity is 40% our cost, same food, rent, and medicine. They also have nuclear, burn more fossil fuels, and have more area and more coal supplies. We've forced ourselves into limiting our power production when all this Green New Deal stuff that we did to save the world, China went the opposite direction. We got rid of cheap, and that was sold to us. The Democrats and the liberals sold it that it's going to cost us a little more, but we'll live longer. There'll be less CO2 in the air and whatnot. And China went the opposite way. They started buying more coal, burning more coal. What up, Grand Gold Bunny? We have plenty of children to teach besides our own. Look at those spiritual orphans. Agreed. Scientists think the ice is melting in Greenland is diluting the salt water of the Gulf Stream, which is causing the extreme heat in Canada and the islands. Yeah, boy, it's out. It's out now. 110thgrade.com. 110thgrade.com. I don't think I posted this. Let me post a link here. Yep, merch is out. Just click on the picture. When you get on the website. Bam, 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 bam. There we go. It's out now, brother. 110thgrade.com. Basic income. Who will pay you? Liberal. China has no regulations. Right. Yeah, they're doing whatever they need to do. I don't want to live longer. That's a wackadoo shirt, brother. It sells worldwide. Get you one. Good old global warming. Where can I get one of those? Run the ad. 110thgrade.com. Welcome. Get you a shirt at 110thgrade.com. Climate change designed to keep you in fear. Yes, right. Listen, so the way that everything is marketed to us, when they talk about scientific consensus, there's multiple. There's consensus 1, 2, 3, and the one that they push is the one that they can profit the most off of. So there's a theory of the rise in carbon dioxide that's caused from man-made will cause a warming of the atmosphere and may dilute some of the salt water, but that may also lead to more fertile lands, more humidity, then more rain, then drier areas will now become fertile, which means more food can be grown with more carbon dioxide, more fertile areas. It may displace people, but it may lead to human flourishing. Can you wackadoo my wackadoo? 60. Your wisdom tooth hurts? Yeah, I hate it when that stuff happens. Argentina, let's go. You can't trust anything anymore. Right. And I think we've had our women all wrapped up in this like TikTok craze for so long. They were worried about more if their lips were plump or their hair was dyed than what's actually going on. And while they were wrapped up in all of this being pretty stuff, they just took other people's advice on politics and then just started voting the way that was popular with their friend group. Ireland's sheep haven't had no grass. Hasn't rained in weeks. Jeez. Have you seen the new naval map of America? No. Always happy to see England lose. I enjoy England losing statements. I used much bleach again at work. Got fever from bleach. Jeez. Yeah, man, hate it. Now I was just watching this thing before I came on about how BBLs are finally making their exit. Ireland won't have any sheep when American gets done wackadooing them. We have loads of grass now. Speaking of the World Cup, England had really only one football to hang their hat on. Back to tea, I guess. Hands off our sheep. Get your own mutton. All right, let's see. Let's see what I was doing. Oh, you know what? Let me do this real quick. What was I looking up? Have you looked at the... Where'd it go? The new naval map of America. Naval map of America. This year? Doomsday maps. Here, I gotta pee. I gotta hit the restroom. All right, I'll be right back. Okay. Strong man, rock man. Strong man. Wackadooing all the sheep. Cricket, maybe? Okay, let's see. All right, so this is what's supposed to happen. Oh, look at that. The freaking Mississippi River is going to become the beast. Ruben, there are heads of farmers who are experiencing big shortages and having to overspend on hay. Isn't sustainable. The strikes of the umbilical cord. Appalachia's going to do fine. Unproductive sheep make less wool, less lamb's a real issue. Geez. What up, Tara? Appalachian stories. I'm from Maryland originally. We had lots of Appalachian stories. Endless trampling on dried grass causes more soil erosion. No bueno. I think India owns the cricket scene now. I don't know. Yeah, there's like a huge Indian superstar. I had his name in my mind. It slipped my mind. So Georgia, so Florida's going to recede. Kentucky's going to do really well. Half of Indiana is going to be underwater. A quarter of Illinois is going to be underwater. California's freaking done. That's probably why they're trying to rape the freaking treasury. They're like, hey, we might as well freaking. California ain't going to be a state too much longer. It'll be underwater. So let's just rip everything out. Why would we build a high speed rail? Just get the money for the high speed rail. I have a cabin near Bear Lake in Idaho. Beachfront, baby. Bear Lake, Idaho. Bear Lake, Idaho. Wow, nice. 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 That's what I need to get me some of. Indians have no idea football exists. They're cricket mad. Good luck selling your California beachfront property. Yeah, you'll be able to sell it in freaking Nevada. Exactly, right. Kind of far. Yeah, that looks pretty freaking awesome. Yeah, see, this is the type of stuff you don't see on the news. They don't ever tell you when things are kick ass and beautiful in America. They just talk about the shit storms that are happening in like the top 10 cities, the top 10 most populous cities. I need to go out west to visit which one of those stay with people are in. Out west? I mean, listen, to visit? Wow, my voice just cracked. Luke, after the project complete, only 5 permanent jobs remain. 2 Indians, 2 Chinese, 1 Nigerian. Someone from Nigeria. I'm sorry. Nigerian. I guess to start out, I would love to stay all states in America. China, first in solar, wind, hydro, coal. Second, nuclear power will be first by 2033. Right. We did ourselves dirty. We did ourselves dirty by not following that same lead, by saying, look, power is how the world works. And so we were convinced, often by people from outside of our country, convincing our politicians that we need to follow this. They're like, hey, look at what our scientists say that you need to do. And then they were like, okay, so well, we need to buy a bunch of windmills and solar panels. From who? We bought the windmills and solar panels from China. So they made a shitload of money after convincing us that we need to stop burning coal and using nuclear. And then they made a bunch of money selling us solar panels and windmills. And then they kept burning. They would buy the available coal and stuff from us. We wouldn't burn it, but they would buy it from us. Democrats like to tell you we're going to be underwater in 5 years, yet buy beachfront property on Martha's Vineyard. Yep, that's right. Never been out west. What up, lamb? Good news doesn't sell. That's right. Sex sells. That's right. Tom here. Is he back? No, he's not here yet. He'll probably, he lives in Canada. He's on like different time. It's probably like 5 o'clock for him, 5:30. Look up Al Gore's amazing internet. It's all right. We're allowed to admit the Chinese are outsmarting us. Yeah, they're smart. Absolutely. They convince our dumb ass politicians. Right. We're number one gas and oil now too, especially. Absolutely. It's a good thing that we ramped up production again. And we're the number one producer of oil in the world. And I think we had a very interesting thing happen when Trump said we're going to be the guardian angels of the Strait of Hormuz. The next day, you had the other Arab Gulf states attacking Iran so that they don't have to pay an additional 20% of their oil or of their shipping costs to America for like a protection cost. They're like, nah, we'll just throw a couple bombs. There he is. I've been here for a half hour. I'm Eastern. Okay. I'm a professional lurker. Plastiline. I'm very familiar with Plastiline. That guy lives here in Georgia. Yeah, I'm a subscriber of his. I've been following him for a couple years, but we'll look it up. Yeah, America can't be taken by rifle and pine, every blade of grass, etc. That's right, but neither can China. Y'all sick. What's that? Is that a dog or is that it looks like a dog fart. Okay, yeah, so that's let me think of his name real quick. His name, the name of his site. I got it. I'm definitely a subscriber of his. It's I forgot his name. Yeah, but he lives here in Georgia. It's a cat, a queef, if you will. Yeah, here he is. Yeah, he's got solar to do it now too.
I built this machine behind me so I can make gasoline for $0 a gallon from plastic waste. Let's go.
Let's go. He blew himself up a couple of months ago, but he's all right. He's back in action. He's got them all mounted now. He's got all those panels mounted now on like a semi, look like a tractor trailer back, and it like folds out and whatnot. That was all just laying in the grass to do proof of concept. What up? Yeah, he blew himself up. Yeah. You didn't see he had a report from the hospital. He's like, I'm turning white because the scars where the fire burned his legs. I'm a copy of that Chinese code, but we're return. What up, Beta Baby? Sure would be nice if YouTube would let me know if you go live. And yes, the notification turned on. I'm shadow banned. Wondering if anyone can find out where I can find some caulk. Actually did a good job, but it works. I'm not even American.
14,000 watts total power output.
You better be careful, dude. What up? Welcome back. Beta B. Have you seen the guy at the car better? Yeah. Yes. Styro Pyro. Yeah. Good way to get rid of trash. Right. And he turns it, and he can turn it into whatever. He basically turns it into crude oil by using pyrolysis. He's got a bunch of microwave oven magnetrons along that tube, and it's got a screw inside of it that pulls it down, and then it vaporizes the plastic back into a gas, and then he uses a condenser to condense it as either, like, he could get propane or butane, depending on what temperature you distill at. Yeah, it's pretty cool. And he's gone around like Atlanta and other states, like with his plastiline, and drove like motorcycles with it, weed whackers with it, and yo, bing. I'm gonna say far away. I could say maybe let's say sprinting the barbecue. Magnetron. Yeah, a magnetron is the thing inside of a microwave oven that makes the microwaves. Yeah, he better be careful. He blew himself up. So that's the vapor coming across. That's the vapor, and then it hits cold air or water or something at a different temperature. You fractionate it by having multiple temperatures. You can choose what temperature you want to what you want to gather. So he's out in this field now because he was doing this beside his house in a carport, and when he blew himself up, so he didn't want to burn the house down. So he came out here, got a bunch of money from people. Usually get rid of people with these ideas. Well, like a couple of years ago when he started doing this, that's what everybody was saying. Yeah, you're dead, dude. You're dead. You're going to wake up with, they're going to find you hung with a bullet in the back of your head and call it suicide. Word Faraday cage. I thought a magnetron was the enemy. That's Megatron. The flux capacitor. What flavor of vapor is it? Bubblegum ass. Science with a C. Congratulations. What do you think's more like the Chinese putting boots on the ground in America or sending billions of drones? Wish the people read our don't play above. Probably the drones.
Hey, who was the last person you've known to have a butterfly in their pocket? Because I've got a butterfly in my pocket whilst I'm distilling plastiline.
That's called a separatory funnel. So the water can float to the top or vice versa. Water to the bottom, oil to the top.
Octane reading.
The suspense is killing me. 110. Wow, that's pure as you can get. As high as octane you can go. If you have uploaded a couple of vids for us, I have absolutely no idea what he meant about. Oh, you talking about lamb? He's going. I wish rich people would. Why can't rich people do this? Because they want to control you. Right. Yeah. Like. Listen, you could have everybody in your community pitch in to get one of these, and have one guy that gets paid in your community to take your plastic trash and make gasoline for the community. And then you could have your farmer, like me, in the community that grows a bunch of food and has chickens and eggs. But we've gotten so far away, even as a country, of being self-sufficient, but as a people, like it used to be that we would do in our community, we'd have our local pharmacist, our local chemist that would help the community. But now it's just go to Walmart and they'll contract with the Chinese to get you the pharmaceuticals you need, or India. And stuff can't. It's actually he's got the lab results on it too. It's pretty good because you're doing distillation, so you can separate the chemistry, right? Like if you have other chemicals like benzene, and say benzene evaporates at 100 degrees, but gasoline evaporates at like 88 degrees. Just make sure you don't evaporate over 88 degrees and the benzene will stay behind. You know, I mean, that's how you get purification steps. Not everything dissolves or evaporates at different levels. That's how you get purity. That's how you purify things. That's what you do. I think there's a lot of put in his lungs later. Oh, sure. Yeah, it's pretty awesome. 110 gasoline alternative. That's right. There are still small communities that stay local, but otherwise overall, yeah. I mean, yeah. I mean, as a total, like we should absolutely have our local fuel station. But instead, when you used to have, like down here, you would have local gas stations, and there would be like a refiner out in the hills somewhere, and they would, come in and fill up that gas station. But now they do deals with Exxon or Chevron, and they do deals all around the world and then ship you stuff in. They're gonna unlive that boy. Yeah, that's what I said too. That's what they used to say all the time. Yeah, let's watch him blow himself up. He posted it. Nature Jab, that's his name. Government could make money off this, but they like to make money off overseas benefits. Right. So you have to understand what comes along with oil refinery. Okay. With oil refining, you also get sulfur and a lot of, and if you ever heard of the petrochemical industry, most of our pharmaceuticals, over 99% of the pharmaceuticals that were sold and were prescribed are made from petrochemicals. So from the chemicals that come along with the refining of oil. That's why they don't want you using anything other than prescribed drugs. They don't want you using herbs and vitamins and stuff like that. That's why I don't trust these MF politicians. I agree, right? I couldn't afford any. I'm broke, brother. Feel free to send a super chat. I'm broke. Okay, let's see if I can find where he blew himself up. Oh man, he posts a lot. I'm never gonna find that. Teaching myself Spanish. And he also sells his own deodorant too. He's a freaking, yeah. So he sells his own Jab Aroma deodorant. I can't find the one where he blew himself up. Yeah, I can't find it. Anyway, okay. All right, let's see. You're only 13. There you go. Community has been attacked for decades, just like the unions, even the extended family. Yeah. Yes, absolutely. They want you dependent. The more problems a government can create in its population, the more they can pay themselves to fix it from your money. I want government getting less of our money. I do too. Are you allowed as an American to live out in nature? some states don't allow it. Some states do. Like some people go to Alaska. If you can go to Alaska and live in Alaska and get paid to live in Alaska, Alaska has what's called a sovereign fund. And any money that's made in the oil industry in Alaska gets a certain hunk of the profits gets divvied up in a monthly check to its inhabitants, its citizens. So you have people that just live out there and they just get their monthly check that will cover their internet and whatever. Yeah, so there's places that you can do that. Some states won't. They like California, you can't even collect the water off of your roof. That water is the government's water. Sacrificial lambs. They could create this as a recycler for plastic, etc., and get gas in exchange for whatever there was for crew liberty. Right. They could absolutely do that. And there's also like in Gaza, they've got kids out there that are burning plastic under a big tube with plastic in the tube, converting that to diesel for use in their tanks and stuff. So they're getting tons and tons of recycled, the plastics that we separate and recycle is sent out and it gets turned into that, but they're burning the plastics to do that. This guy's doing it using electricity, solar power. So he's not even burning anything, just taken from the sun. Richard Pryor's Superman explained the whole petrochemical thing. That's right. Democrats rule with a family unit until everyone in society. Agreed. I agree. No, he's alive. He's alive. He blew himself up. He caught himself on fire a little bit. I was trying to find the video. Yeah, so here's his luxury sense. Now he sells Jabaroma armpit deodorant without aluminum free. Let's see. Let me see if I'm never gonna find. He posts a lot. But yeah. See, this is the pull yourself up by your bootstraps thing. He made an internet web page, had an idea, got donations, and then freaking started making stuff. Now he makes his own gasoline and plastoline and diesel, and he makes his own deodorant and freaking lotions and stuff, and then sells all this to a bunch of people. And now he's on his way to be a multi-millionaire. And he's probably gonna sell this plan to somebody for probably $1 billion. But nobody wants to spend the time to learn. People have convinced themselves that school is where you get education. School is not where you get educated. You educate yourself outside of school. The hydrogen car engine that works with base fuel, oil cup race and shut him down. Yeah. Justice for lambs. I remember the water guy also used corn. Just like at Honda had an electric car in the 90s. The very first car that was built was an electric car. And then they went to diesel and then to petrol. Screw the rich ass politicians. The problem isn't the businessmen and the politicians. The problem is evil businessmen and politicians. There are a lot of decent, like Dell. Dell is donating billions of dollars so kids that are born between 2025 and 2028 can get $1,000 free in stock. So that's what more companies should do. Hopefully, all of the AI companies in America will also give a percentage of their stock donated so that every citizen of America will own a piece of these companies and be able to feel like want them to do better. If you owned parts of these companies, you would want them to do better, so you would do better. And if that can be distributed amongst everybody, if we can force people to own stock by giving it to them for free, then they would want it to do better too. Never let my schooling get in the way of my education. That's right. Yep, scams. That China's making jet fuel out of water and air and electricity. Yeah, so they're doing cracking. They call it electrolysis. That you break it into oxygen and hydrogen, and then you can freeze them to make liquid hydrogen and liquid oxygen. Adele really had no idea the first car was electric. Yeah. First electric car versus first gas car. $18.84. However, versus gasoline cars in 1910, electric vehicles lost out in 1910. The gas-powered Ford Model T and cheap oil allowed it to happen. Yeah, they had a big old battery pack underneath. Bunch of lead acid batteries. I was in high school using the internet. Would be allowed topic of study way easier. Now I ask for a climate if I missed something. And I thought Arizona tea guy was decent. Never raised the prices. Yeah, no, right. He was a great guy too, right? We just gotta stop allowing ourselves to be taken advantage of by these companies. Like, why people, like, for vanity buying buying iPhones because they're the in thing. Yeah, don't buy them and see what they do to the prices. They'll screw them over somehow. They'll never let them immediately on live gasoline alternatives. Yeah, I don't think so either. Dr. Matzo, his machine that turns plastic into fuel isn't new unless it wastes energy. Oh yeah, he's using solar. He's using all solar. That's the thing. He's not putting any energy in. I mean, he is. It's solar though. It's 14,000 watts of solar power. Yeah, here it is right here.
I'm building a plastic into fuel reactor on a trailer, and I need your help. We've been building out this solar trailer. It's going to have solar panels on this side, on the other side, solar panels on the top, and the sides are going to click out and open as wings.
He's in Woodstock, Georgia.
We've been working on the bus as well, and this is going to be essentially my house because I'm going to tour the entire United States, showing everybody the process of plastic into fuel on the road, turning plastic into gasoline, diesel, and jet fuel. If you want to help out, as a welder, as a carpenter, as a mechanic, as an electrician.
All right, let me show you it working, though. Let me show you it working.
Humanity, we have done it. Take a look
Yeah,
at
it's
this.
solar setup. You got exposed for paying people to cheer. You got exposed for paying people to cheer. I don't know.
Solar panels on the side that.
He's from Georgia, the state that I'm in. A lot of hot here in West Virginia. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
With hydraulics, and what is this going to power? The world's first mobile, solar, continuous, microwave, pyrolysis, reactor, Mark V, baby.
Canada smoke's going to come down.
Ideas into reality. Just a few months ago, in December, this was a sketch. And now it is before us. And thanks to all of my friends, Teasy for the people, Freddie, S-Dot, everybody that's made it out to Woodstock, Melton Meadow, Anthony, Coe, everybody, all the family. We are making this happen. And guys, I'm telling you.
So this is his display truck, but let me show you his setup. Okay, so this right here is his prototype, and it's running off of solar panels that are just laying out in the field right now. So this was like months and months and months ago. After secret way to the public. Why didn't you answer that? What? That he's got tax of the money back. Canada smoked like 2 to 3 years ago. Yeah. He tells you how to make it. He's not hiding it from anybody. You can go through his videos and see part by part number, everything that he used. Buffalo, New York has yellow skies because of the fires. Yeah.
$14,000 watts total power output.
Right, we just watched it, so we won't watch it again. But yeah. So that's good. That's good. Considering the high wattage panels that you can get now. Back when I used to sell solar, they were at like 200 watts per panel. Absolutely, nuclear is the answer, especially the new one. What up, Buckeye? What up, proud black woman? I have one of those for my taxes. Gas companies will whack his ass soon. That's the theory, brother Ralph. That's the theory. Can I ask where Katra was during that question? I bet that Katra girl doesn't join anymore. Oh, why Katra doesn't? She was here, I don't know, last week for a little while. She's been off the internet. She's been hanging out with her sister and her family and working on her architecture degree. Yeah, brother. Yeah, they're against nuclear too. Can you react to some Aspen Gold clips? Not at the moment right now. We're gonna just go through some funny stuff. I know Aspen's pumping out a bunch of stuff, but it possibly during open topic, about a half hour. But one of the things that I wanted to show was one of the things that I wanted to show before was let me see if I can find Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it blowing himself up. So, but this is the kind of thing where he's doing all this, living out of a van, living out in the woods, and doing this to try to do something great. And in a socialist society, this won't be rewarded. It won't be rewarded. They'll be like, okay, thank you. Here, you got $20 an hour for doing that. You know, and then you like you don't get everything. That's just you're doing it for the community, not for yourself. And people do things for greatness, and there won't be that motivation for greatness if we don't straighten up, get this evil out of capitalism, and go back to a more refined capitalism, a more efficient or more evolved capitalism. Then we're going to end up socialist, and people will just be sitting home waiting for their freaking milk. The anti-nuclear people are wildly misinformed. Yeah, right. It's propaganda, though. It's what's happened. The oil companies, the coal companies didn't want to lose that big, huge chunk of income. What up, Fat Dino? Word, okay, I thought maybe she was bad or something. I've been wondering where Brianna was fine at. Brianna fine. I ain't seen her in a couple. Actually, like 2 weeks ago, I did an early stream at like 10 a.m. and she was in. But yeah, I'm usually streaming too late for her. She has to go to work. She works nights at a casino in Vegas. So she's usually only on when I'm on early. There's Katra. You found her. That's why I hate politicians. Me too. Also, holy to silly pressure cooker outside. That fella can't stand me. Katra, speaking of devil. Socialism is some communism. That's right. That's right. Look how the USSR tried to make oranges grow in winter because they're plants. Actually, communist guy shot the guy because he couldn't get it done. Yeah, especially the woman for the boss. Thanks for my new idea. Yep, that's right. Yeah, literally just asking about you. That's right. You summoned her. Okay. Let's see. Okay, so it's Jabba. Oops. I swear to God, I summoned you. You did. Speak of the devil, and the devil will appear. What up, crying fish, brother? I'm sure this will work. I'm sure. Ah. Okay, here it is.
Why did I go through this explosion? It all starts with this right here. This is the distiller. The thing I use to turn my plastic crude oil, this dark liquid, into individual fractions of gasoline, diesel, jet fuel, etc. My distiller was meant to be a vacuum distiller. That means that pressure is constantly being sucked from it. It operates under negative pressure. I, however, ran this distiller without putting the vacuum pump on. Those vapors started to build in the distillation chamber. I went to open up the collection port to collect my gasoline out, and that's when the pressure of all those vapors jetted out like you see here. It was aimed right at my feet. Complete
blew himself up
of recovery.
Rabies.
So I know exactly what I did wrong.
For the cat.
All I had to do was either put my distiller under vacuum, or I could have just had any type of port that was open to the atmosphere. Why did I go through?
So when I first heard that, then this was a long time ago. Had to be over a year ago. When I first heard that Nature Jab got blown up, I was like, no, it was on purpose. They definitely they did him in. And then he came out with this video. Sorry to hear that. What's your cat's name? There was so much wrong with him, but no parasite. That's good. Globalism is next worst thing. The World Economic Forum destroying the world one step at a time. I agree. Peanut. No rich ass gonna support him. It's about ego. Yeah, it's ego, right? But ego's not necessarily a bad thing if you don't do it to hurt anybody. If you want to do great things for the world and like try to like, we have all this problem with plastic and we have a problem with fuel shortages, and he said, hey, I've got a way to solve this using solar power. You know, like that's a great thing. So use your ego. Talk about how great you are because you actually did something. not unrequired, unearned ego is the problem. People that are like, I'm a 10 because freaking I'm a 10. You know, that's ego. That's out of control. That's not deserved. But if you solve a world problem like this, you deserve the ego as long as you're not a jerk about it. You know, you can still have it. Yeah. Boom. It's rough. Trump's bucking the WF plan. So he comes Venezuela, Cuba, Iran, remove straight Greenland, Panama. That's what it's all about. Yeah, I think I agree. He hid his pain so well. We didn't know anything was wrong until he started losing weight, and that's because he had dental issues. Jeez. So also so many other issues: anemic kidney failure, liver failure, possible cancer. Sounds like it. Wasn't gonna put up that kind of treatment. There's another straight in Asia we secured too. That probably wasn't in the news. I haven't heard about it. Stupid incel. Stupid incel. Which one? Me? Yeah, man, that's why I don't get attached to animals. I love too hard. It hurts too bad when they go. And more often than not, and the jackasses put them down. I hate it. Yeah. That can be freaking rough. That can be rough. Happens if you're 9 years old. So 12 years old cat? Cats are good at hiding pain, yeah. Yeah, you racist bastard. You are haram. Okay. I'm a racist haram bastard. I think you're a Christianophobic. I think you're Christianophobic, little guy. Yeah, Christianophobia. It's dead straight off of Malika. But secure that friendship. Okay, let's see. After my first dog dead, I didn't get attached to any animal. Yeah, I keep falling for the same. I love me some animals. That accuser is liberal. I think he's Christian equals racist. I'm guessing he doesn't know what he's talking about. Probably like he says little guy, so I'm guessing he's young. I'll give him some grace. At least he had a good life there. Try to look at that cup half full instead of half empty. Yep. Got to keep a positive mind about it. Probably do foster cat when I'm ready. Good. He was sad his last years because his brother had died. Yeah, cows are awesome. The world needs more critical thinkers. We're slacking a bit. I agree. What up, Tony? And I'll be a racist Christian. That's cool. I don't have a room. Tell him, B2B. I don't have room for money. I don't have room or money for a cow. Fascist scum. I love my superior people, and we are taking over America. All right, brother. All right, have a good time, my friend. Muhammad can suck my nuts. Fuck a lot. Oh, that's rude. Buy a 3-foot cow. It's cheap. More lambs. No, that's not true, Katra. That's not true, unfortunately. She was 9. Who? Muhammad's wife? She was 6 when they got married. 9 when he consummated the marriage. How old was he with the Al-Zut? Just stemmed a different direction. Keep learning, girl. Muhammad was no Jesus. I'll say that. Dude heard voices in a cave and got poisoned by a Jew woman that he raped and killed the family of. That's true. That's true. They really want you to buy a cow, and we don't call him Allah. Muhammad licked my starfish. You are haram, you bastard bitch. What do you mean, you hateful prick? You're the one that comes in here starting trouble. Instead of trying to tell us why we should follow your religion, you just come in like an asshole. Why would I want to convert to your religion and hang out with someone like you? You seem like a complete asshole. No. You can't be that much of an asshole and trying to attract people to your religion. Take my head off with the towel-headed great one. Didn't he say it was messed up? Haram's my middle name. Yes, you do pray to his messenger. What is your prayer? Why do you pray to Muhammad? Why do you pray to Muhammad? You pray. What is your daily prayer? You're praying to Allah through your messenger, through Muhammad. You pray to Muhammad. You don't know what you're talking about. He's not even a Muslim. He's trying to make Muslims look bad. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. I'm in the hospital and I'm recovering from having an ablation yesterday. Jeez. Went into cardiac arrest 3 times. Somebody can get rid of the little guy whenever they're ready. Just go ahead and ban him. What happened, Tony? What happened? Get back with me in a few seconds. What? But the doctor got me back within a few seconds. Jeez, thank God. Did he say what it's from? Ablation. Jesus Christ. Alert. Damn. Heard voices in a cave. Yeah, that's true. Silly bastards. Baba Jabba Jenna on a winged horse, Pegasus or something. All right, calm down, calm down, calm down. I low key don't feel like insulting. It makes me feel any better. Justice for Aisha. Yeah. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He doesn't even know what he's talking about. He's just here to troll. Okay, my way now. I gave him his grace. Yeah, all the Abrahamic religions are pretty messed up. I think unless you actually read the actual texts and determine for yourself, sure, I think a lot of the Abrahamic religions are made to look asinine by a lot of their followers or people that say they're followers or people that profit off of acting prophetic. Like you have a lot of people, like you've got a bunch of Christian, so-called Christian preachers out there saying that God's non-binary and God blesses your abortions and shit like that. Dead to rights. Like obviously not Christians, not a follower of the teachings of Christ. Yeah, so and that's the problem is the PR. But if you want to find a framework, an unchanging framework, something that you can go back to history and say this is a framework or a way to live life and treat your enemies and whatnot, it's the best thing you're going to do. Anything that you try to do, a lot of people are using politics or science as their religion, as their god, and they're being led in directions all over the place because whenever everybody else can find a way to capitalize off of them, they just change their moral standings and they just say, well, hey, obviously it doesn't matter because we changed our minds, rather than saying, hey, well, you can go back to something that's thousands of years old that you have a printed copy of from 100 years ago instead of seeing people change. And that's a big problem. That's a big problem. If you're a Buddhist, I got rid of him. Yeah, he's a liar is what he is. He doesn't know what he's talking about. I'm thinking there's something else and there's wanted to go. It might be Hill Trap. Goes pretty much anything religion. But like, think when you grow as a child, you shouldn't be tied to religion. You should be given an education and a choice. Yeah, absolutely. That's what my parents did. When I was young, my parents said, "Go to whatever you want to learn about, figure it out, and we'll take you wherever you need to go." And I went to all kinds of different churches and mosques, and he's a deist. I will never work like that. The world will never work like that. The radicalized ones can't stand. Moderates are, yeah, right. What up, Papa Bear? I forgot the word. It's agnostic. Thank God my heart is strong, but I had a bad electrochemical problem. My rhythm's a lot better today. Blood pressure's 124/76. That's really good. Thank God. So it was electrolyte imbalance. Is that what they're saying? Electrolyte imbalance? Dude, listen. Did he tell you to get off that freaking shot? If you're still on that GLP-1 type medication, that can absolutely cause those issues because it's slowing down how you get things in your body. It can slow down how fast your stomach releases into your intestines and stuff like that. Let me see. Yeah, first thing that popped up. Here, check this out, brother. Fortunately, rat born in stables doesn't matter to make a rat born in stables doesn't magically make that rat a horse. Doesn't magically make that rat a horse, right? Okay, here you go. All right. Electrolytes are crucial while on GLP-1s like Wegovy or Ozempic because these drugs can slow digestion, reduce appetite, cause nausea, diarrhea. This often leads to inadequate mineral intake. Supplementing with electrolytes helps your body absorb water, prevents brain fog and muscle cramps. So that could absolutely be a side effect of being on that medication. I believe you told me that you were on one of them. I don't want to call you out, but if that's the case, that's definitely what it sounds like it is. Or the doctor should absolutely have his freaking laser beam on that, like saying this is what we need to. I'm sure they gave you bags of electrolyte, bags of water and electrolyte. Jeez. Oh man, I'm way far behind. Jeez, sorry. Those false prophets going against Christ, God's word, appease their false agendas, just like today's Democrats. I agree. I think Stoicism's very good, but the problem is even Stoics can be led astray to do things that they end up regretting in the future and find themselves very depressed. They don't have a yearning, or they don't have a purpose in life. They're just waiting they're acting stoic till they get to the end. They like that usually happens later on in life, but we'll see. Yeah. Agnostic. There you go. You have a room temperature IQ. Me? I have a room temperature IQ. Can you have imagine God sitting up in heaven in the second, giving a bite of barbecue sandwich? He gets up, stomping around, saying, "How dare this mortal eat pork?" I think religion should be taught in school, but all types of religions. I agree. I agree. There should absolutely be an entry into the spiritual, the religious. Absolutely. There should be. So what happened to America is they wanted everything out, but then they acquiesced to a particular religion that let them in public schools, let them worship in front of everybody and not have to go to a certain area. So there should be, okay, this person here, they're practicing this, but there's also these other ones that practice. And there should be an entryway into that, because now people in school they're only exposed to one religion. And that's not the way it should be. I definitely believe in spirits, whether or not I believe in a higher power. Yeah, you'll get there. You'll get there. Parasites. I know Catra, but they seem to take care every single time, taking heads off playing soccer because he smoked a cig or bit from ankles. Yeah. I was slowly taught about 4 religions back, so it was hardly a summary until I got to high school. Took ancient civilizations class, goaded, where they drive into the Asian religions. You sound like you shopped around for a religion. Now every other religion is bad. Me? Even Stoic philosophers know about some hedonism staunches. I feel as if people don't do their research about what they believe and other people believe, and it just makes people argue for no reason. That happens a lot. You aren't as smart as you think. Quit yapping. Hedonism and Stoicism horseshoe back to one another. The doctor had to burn a few nerves because they were misfiring because my heart ventricle was acting like it had a mind of its own. Yeah, that sounds like a side effect to the GLP-1. It sounds like you're not absorbing enough electrolytes from your diet. And then you have like a short circuit. That's what he's talking about. So like you have ventricle fibrillation. Takes one to know one. Squirtle. It's fundamentally challenged the way I look at radicals. Seen too much. Yeah. What up, Space Cow? You're in a cult. He said he's not as smart as he thinks. What does he mean? Takes one to know one. Yeah, you're not as smart as you think. Tacos are great. Muhammad was a murderous brother. Calm down, Tony. You guys had a heart attack. You should see us a little religious, actually intellectual aspect. You should at least know a bit of alter religion from an intellectual aspect. I agree. You should be able to understand where people are coming from. I asked them about Jimmy Carr, and he asked what he thinks of Scientology and if they hate on it. If they hate on Scientology, a lot of people do. Scientology is blech. Is shopping around for a religion a bad thing? No, most people end up doing that at some point in their life. After you get through a particular stage in your life, you get to a point where you're like, what's this all about? Now, hold on one second. Okay, now they say there's new diarrhea parasite in 30 states. Yeah. That's all that. You spoke like a smartass yourself. That's the truth. Guess who's going to big boy again tomorrow? You're going to see Big Boy Space Cow? Why do you have why do you have science in your name like it's any better? To try to attract people to. Listen, a lot of people know it's a natural instinct for people to search out something greater than themselves. It's a natural instinct. There's got to be more to life than just sex and freaking rock and roll and politics. People get to that point. So Scientology made itself available to like the Hollywood elite so that they could get a chunk of that money. If they work in the tithing 10% and you can convert, you can create a religion that millionaires and billionaires will try to be a part of. You can get a 10% chunk of their money or more, so it was made to fill a gap. Yeah, potassium specifically. Right. For you're talking about for the electrolytes. Insult religious Scientology doesn't count. It's brutal. The truth is the truth. The truth of Jesus is our only chance of getting to heaven, but that's my personal belief. And you speak like a typical trash mind. Your quarter about to run out. You're welcome, kiddo. The other thing I hate is whatever they got going on in Utah. That's Mormonism. Religion all seems the same to me. They all manipulate people into following ghosts. Yeah, Mormons, yeah. It's like this, bro. John 14:6. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. Nobody enters the Father except through me. Pretty cut and dry. I agree. Just don't smoke DMT. Absolutely realized in Southern, especially Islam. Scientology is a scam. I agree. It absolutely is. Absolutely. Yeah. So listen, spirituality happens. It happens. Something will affect you in life and make you start questioning that. Once the science starts to run out, it'll get to the point that there's more to life than what we can see, and then they create. Like why you have a bunch of fake churches, fake mosques, fake synagogues, and whatnot too. They're there to make the money off the people that will inevitably have that. You study psychology long enough, and you realize that people will ultimately, at some point in their life, most people will look for an answer. So if you can pre-offer them, front load their mind, then you're more than likely to get them. Stupid stream and stupid mods. You guys are all Nazis. I smoked DMT. This shit's insane. Yeah, see you tomorrow, Pape. 5 DMT 2. I'm a buddy with some of the buffo frogs. Roll your T20 for persuasion. Exactly. Another liberal got blocked. Mormons, they don't drink and half them inbreeding. Yeah, that's a huge freaking problem. And listen, whenever they try to insert a part of sexuality into their religion, you can tell they're doing it for the freaking booty. I did, cowboy. Oh, I missed you. Liberals need Jesus. Right. They're just a bunch of lost people that are looking for someone to follow. And they're following who they see on the internet. Timed out would make that assumption. I actually love trolls. A reminder to not take ourselves too seriously. And I'm here for that message. I agree, brother. I'm right there with you. Color flies, crystals, and shapes being when the machine elves always speak out, but I was there for months. There are millions of desperate and stupid, naive peeps searching the world in the wrong places. Right. And that's well known. It's well known. So some people say, how can I profit off of this? Did 3 ants. It was terrifying. The Hebrews started out with many gods, then many gods with a head god, and then now just one god. I had a friend who said one time they were walking down the stairs, blacked out, saw color, and felt like forever. Woke up, no drugs even. Oops. Both political parties are retarded. Agreed. Jesus is not woke enough for liberals. I agree. And then it's interesting when you see that you have liberals that try to co-opt Jesus and start saying things like Jesus would bless your abortion and shit like this. It's freaking it's so cringe because they're so obviously being deceptive. And it's like what drove them? They didn't read that in any holy book, anything at all that has anything to do with Jesus. The Quran, the Bible, the freaking that they They haven't said that even though yeah, they just made it up. They just made it up and see how much money they can get off of it. Liberals hate the Lord, dude. Liberals hate everything. It isn't gay, colorful. Yeah, I agree. I'm gay and I want colorful hair. Yeah, they hate you. I leaned left personally. The word liberal is largely coded into one as he was in right of center. Right, right. Well, it used to be. So like now, a lot of MAGA and even right of MAGA is the old school liberals, like people that what are actually liberals. So the negative parts about the Republican Party that kept a lot of liberals away has now been kind of accepted. Like Republicans were anti-abortion, but Trump was like, let's give it back to the states and let them decide. So then you got a lot more liberals that were more like, okay, well, and then like now school choice and things like that, adding more choice and more free speech to the Republican Party swayed a lot of liberals, classical liberals, over to the Republican Party, which I think was a good thing, especially considering how far and how evil, how absolutely noxious the left is. When I'm like, look, I'm not going to vote for Trump in 2028, so please tell me why I should vote Democrat in 2028. Well, freaking, you're an idiot, dude. Google it. Like, they can't give me any answers. They can only be jerks. And they don't act like people I'd want to hang out with. And that's just like, all right, well, like, you seem like all you people are just absolutely hateful and you're pissed off all the time. And I like to laugh. Why are you gay? God made me gay. Libita. Common sense, my N word. They do not. If they made me in his image, then yeah. Do you recall Miss or Mista? Sorry again. Liberals are desperate and super delusional. Yeah, yeah. The delusion is the problem. The delusion, like the absolute delusion. But teaching them things that are not true, then they come out into the world after schooling, and then people say, no, that's not true. And they're like, my teacher taught me this, so obviously you're lying. And then that causes distrust, and then they won't listen to reason. They're either ran by some even more powerful. Wait, I call you my girlfriend. Most says free will choices are made, resulting in the fall of men from heaven. Are still making. Dude, I'm not against homosexuality. I'm against retards turning it into propaganda and trying to talk 4-year-olds. Switch it. Right? Yeah. I'm right there with you, brother. I'm right there with you, Rory. Look at Larry Fink. The guy's got access to more money than Elon wished to ever have. Yeah. All right. And there's going to be trillionaires also that are oil magnates and whatnot over in the Middle East. There's people making $500 million a day or more. I was relaxed using Christianize it. Liberals turn Republicans. Yeah, but you're forgetting about the devil. You're forgetting about evil. Liberals turned Republicans because they saw the truth and they were lied to. Yeah. That's what happened to me. But you don't ever hear anything about him. John Goldbody. Poor straw man, but I don't get to that serious. I'm never serious. Are you good enough for heaven? Ever been lied, stolen for, lusted, hated anyone before? Clark Kent, welcome back, brother. It was the gay bomb. It hit my house. I take the checks and face the facts. Some producer with computers fixes all my shitty tracks these days. Yeah, I'm rocking the suburbs. Bombadillo. Jesus Christ. I like the honesty test. I like these honesty tests before engaging too deep with politics with anyone. If we can agree that both parties engage in deception, fear mongering, propaganda, lying to their base, so we can talk. Yep, I agree. We both broke God's laws. Jesus Christ paid our fine. That's right, brother Clark. Things that aren't true, like men can have babies, these kind of lies. Right. That kind of deception. The devil is definitely a Democrat. Men can have babies, right? No. They can't. And that's how they start with it, with the deception. Like, no. It's just. So they'll tell you, no. It's just what they mean when they say men can have babies, they mean adoption. And then they're like, oh, well, that makes sense. They can have babies that have them in their hands. That makes sense. And then they say, we want to vote to make sure that men can have babies. You're like, yeah, I learned it in school. Through adoption. But like, no, not anymore. Not adoption anymore. Now it's straight up wackadoo. Transfer the trust from yourself to the savior. I'm the biggest supporter of homosexuality. The more gay guys there are, the more vagina. For me, freaking wackadoo. They make banks, not just carry them. You're always so chatty. She is chatty. I have babies within my scrotum. The whole design of this life is to go on to the next one. I agree. I don't know much about the Amish, but sure seem like great and caring people their own outside their beliefs. Oh, yeah, I agree. I agree absolutely. And I'm actually jealous of the Amish for how, if you've ever met any, or like, I'm from Maryland originally, so I've been up and around Pennsylvania, and they're just freaking happy all the time. Like they might get a little like serious when you first like go around because like obviously they don't know you, but then like once like you're like, hey man, I'm jealous about how you guys live. I really want to learn more about your farming, your planting and growing. And they're like, oh, thank you, my brother. You know, and it's like freaking just love, 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 love. Every person has an appointment to be kept with death they cannot cancel. That's right, brother. If you read the Bible, very strict lens, but very few people actually eligible for heaven. It's hard for being a folly. Relax, Richard. Do I seem serious right now? Exactly, Tom. Yeah, you definitely did. Not every person who says Lord will enter heaven, but only those who will of God. Play a Dale Earnhardt short, Rich. All right. All right. Let's check out Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt. Dale Earnhardt. I live in Pennsylvania currently. And oops, what did I miss? I live in Pennsylvania currently. Did I just miss it? Did it go away? Did I miss something here? I live in Pennsylvania currently. There's no better for it. Yeah, yes, that's stories. I agree. When I was like 3 or 4, thought that I already lived. My memory got wiped, and I had the same thing happens. Interesting before to know that taught me. The Amish voted for Trump in 2024. Yeah, I know. That's crazy. That's really, I mean, because the Democrats wanted to eradicate their way of life. They wanted to make sure that they couldn't sell any of their own products. They wanted to say, hey, you don't have vaccinated sheep or cows, so you can't take the milk. You're not vaccinated, so you can't be around the people. And it was all wacky. They wanted to destroy that way of life. And that's just freaking evil. Many people will seek to enter heaven, not be forever, because of Jesus Christ. Matthew 7:21. Do it for Dale. Okay, let me see here. Oh, there's this last crash. All right, let's see. You talk like a little girl.
Run like that in the 40s.
Whoa.
Wonder Boy's here.
I hear him talking about me.
You talk like a little girl.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm sorry, man. I'm just not as big as you. Not as big a man as you.
Run like that in the 40s.
I'm not as big as a man. You
Wonder
can
Boy's
look
here.
like
I hear him
Yeah,
talking
let's
about
do it,
me.
Mike.
You talk like a little girl.
What? I'm sorry, man. I'm just not as big as you. Not as big a man as you.
All right, let's see. All right, let's find something here. All right, let's find some shorts here. Let's find some Aspen Gold shorts. All right. Flashbang Porch Pirate.
Flashbang Porch
There
Pirate.
you go.
What is this? Holy fuck, I can't see.
What the fuck, dude?
Who are you talking to?
Was that a fucking flashbang?
Who are you talking to?
This is not funny,
Yeah.
Uh,
How does it feel to see the light?
Are you gonna pay for my medical bills?
Are you gonna pay for the box of Adderall that you stole off my porch the other
Ooh.
oh, that's a good point.
It doesn't matter anymore because you literally fucking blind me right now. I hope you have a good lawyer.
Yeah.
Oh.
I hope you have a good lawyer.
You fucking poured that, dude.
Yeah, here's one more for you.
What?
There's one more for you. Hope you have a good lawyer. It's so amazing how people have gotten so entitled to other people's stuff. Like the socialist communist thing, they're just like, look, we've got all these millionaires and billionaires. Let's take their stuff and divvy it up to everybody. Like this guy's like, well, you had something on your porch that I wanted, so I took it. And then you flashbanged me. I hope you have a good lawyer. What do you mean you hope I have a good lawyer? You just you stole from me before and you're stealing from me again. And now you're going to sue me for it. Homoerotic attraction is prohibited under Christianity. Sodomy is condemned. You never liked Jeff? Good racer, soft hands. NASCAR was so good when Dale Earnhardt was racing with Junior and Jeff Gordon. Yeah, I remember those days. Honestly thinking black because it might not need a bleach. R.I.P. Dale Earnhardt. Christ is king, brother. Also, does it apply to females? Of course it does. Just men. You have to get fixing that cash. You're missing out, gang. They have sympathy for the thieves, right? They let them out to do more crime. The higher the crime level, the more money they get from the federal government. The higher the crime in a state, the more money they'll get from the federal government, and the more money that they can get from their own population. They're like, we have to raise taxes to fight crime. So then they spend the money on themselves doing wackadoodle stuff, and then crime goes up, and they're like, oh, we need more money to fight more crime. And they do it year after year after year after year. So, and then they're like, if crime starts to dip, they start saying, well, crime's low now. So now crime's bail is racist. So we have to release people without having to pay bail. And then they end up committing more crimes, and then crime starts going up, and they get more money again. Every time they create a problem, they do something to create a problem that then they need money themselves to fix. It happens. It's time and time and time again, every problem. Now, Richard would disagree, but I could care less. But what? Mondami is a socialist communist. Yeah, I agree. You valued your stuff. You valued your stuff over someone else's life. No, they valued it more than their own. Agreed. And it's so stupid how they say that. Like, they're just stealing because they're hungry. Okay, shoes? 7 pairs of shoes? Daytona 500, 2001, February. Lost a good man that day. Rest in peace, Dale Earnhardt. Yep. New York City has lost $11 billion in taxes for people leaving. Yep. $11 billion. And that's up to 2002. They call democratic socialists, which is hilarious because they're an oxymoron. Yeah, they're liars. Carmelo Anthony tried and failed twice. Yeah, that freaking guy. All right, let's see. Best souvenir ever. Look how I collected the Jordans. I got a dog
When
in
the
that
most
fight.
humble streamer finds a new hobby.
Democrat Presley's
Listen,
from
I'm
jails
not
on
saying
COVID-19.
I'm
Yeah,
gonna
they're
get into
crazy.
football, all right?
They're
I'm
crazy.
not saying I'm going to get into it. All I'm saying is that watching the World Cup has been really cool, and I might start paying attention. That's all I'm trying to say. Okay, guys? Soccer? Yeah, well, whatever you want to say it.
Whatever you want to say it. I don't spend my damn power bill money on them either. Does commenting RAM count? That's collecting Jordans? Hold on, what? Commenting RAM count. I'm missing something there, brother. At least I don't know how to read. RAM. Commenting? Stealing RAM? Collecting. Right. Catch for this tickle the tickle monster. You guys are freaking wackadoodle. You guys are absolutely wackadoodle. But yeah, that shit's absolutely crazy. It's absolute insanity. So that's going to everything that gets stolen needs to be replenished. So the more stuff that gets stolen, the more orders from countries that do the manufacturing need to be purchased from. So you have people that want that. They want to stay in power and make themselves and their buddies a lot of money and then damage the locale as much as they can. And it looks like they're going to destroy New York while robbing it blind. And then what's going to happen if New York finally crumbles? Then what? The federal government's going to go in, take the state, and then control, alt, delete, refresh it, and then start it over anew with new leadership. I mean, what's going to ultimately happen? I mean, I don't even know if the law allows the federal government to completely allow a state to like starve to death. All right, Richard. On Discord, I sent you some pictures I randomly found of what I was thoroughly thinking for my hair. That ain't you. Unless you growed up. But it does look, the hair looks good, especially like these little black tip things over here. Yeah, don't do freaking fluorescent crazy blue shit. I'll find something more specific with my hair tone later. Man, no. I mean, no. But that's cool, I reckon. Tickle me and you get scratched and screamed at. I need another smoke another dab. Freaking, I like being, you guys are wackadoodle. Wackadoodle. How can Girl Scratch not be fun? Someone's going to be a whack-a-mole soon. The people of New York. Yeah, somebody's at, listen. So, oh, you guys can't read what I'm saying because I got this wackadoodle thing out. But so you're going to have a bunch of people make a bunch of money, right? So when Mondami builds these grocery stores, someone is being paid, overpaid, to build the boxes that are these grocery stores. The refrigerators that go in there, someone's going to overcharge for them, and New York City will overpay for them. Then they will fail in the future. But the companies, the construction companies, and the not furnishing, what are they called? Supply companies will have already made all that money on all these free grocery stores. So they'll fail, but his buddies that build these, the guys, whoever that somebody knows that owns a construction company, will have walked away with a bunch of money. So it's a bunch of capitalists telling people to be socialist. They're capitalizing off this socialist agenda. And then it's like, and then what? Then what? Yeah, there's no end. John Goldbody. I'm John Goldbody. Bam. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. I love you, my brother. Thank you. I like the idea of the neutral color against the copper. Yeah, look good. I think, remember, they stole almost all the shoes from Target. Only thing left were the work boots. That's right, you don't need the work boots. I like the darker tips. Bring out the color lip of those dyed copper toe, but it looks good. John Goldbody. I'm probably going to take a picture of myself drawn over the photo color I want. All right, make it happen. Stuart got one. Stevie got one. Nathan got one. Someone you don't know got one. Pablo got one. Mondami is building free shit like it's free bus fare shit. Yeah, right. But that's even going wackadoodle. I feel safe with Trump in office. A lot of people do. A lot of people do. That was John Goldbody, Stoward Hearn. You are the modern day Howard Stern. Thank you, brother. Are you my, what's the term for the enemy in the superhero films? My nemesis? Stoward Hearn? What up, William? Is it AI or real? GG's, John Goldbody. JG's. JG's. Bam. That seems, I can't imagine. What happens the next day after you wake up? Like it only looked like that, though, like the first hour out of the hair freaking salon. John Goldbody, the living legend. Rival, evil twin. There you go. My evil twin. Let's see. Howard Stern is a weak woke fuck. So he apparently is retiring now. He laid off I think he laid off 90 people to go down to a once a month release date or something like that. Let me see if I can find out what it was. Freaking space cow. Let's see. Let's see if I can find it. Howard Stern retirement. Okay, let's see. All right. Now, okay. Howard Stern is not retiring, though, is drastically scaling back its live broadcasting schedule following the expiration of his previous deal and subsequent contract renewal. Stern has downsized his staff and transitioning to heavily reduced format. Small core team. Wow. A 1 day a week format. So now it's going to go down to 1 day a week. I did it for find out. That's why they're finding the tips. I don't like about trim off. Yeah, right. They're doing God's work, taking down the pedos, giving the memberships, top lad. Catra, I'm not picky about length. So I think my goal of Ma'am Donnie is the opposite of what people think. Yeah, right. I think so too. I agree. I think it's to make a bunch of money and get out. He gave himself a 19% raise already. So if he was actually a socialist, he's like, oh, I'm going to be a socialist, but I need more money to do that. That's not socialism. Howard used to be based, little soft boy now. I mean, you know, he's also in the Hollywood sphere, so that was very hard pressed left. Ever since Howard Stern got woke, he's been failing nonstop. I was always like a blowout style. It ain't that bad. Tara's got that girl knowledge. 501. It's crazy to see. It's crazy to be objectifying women and making fun of retards of blacks in the 90s being totally woke. Right. And that's the thing. If you weren't born until after the 90s, you weren't alive during that. So they don't know. So they think this is how it's always been. And that's what's really crazy. Yeah, it is run. Richard Trailer, I play Rocky. Looks amazing. It's about Stallone, how Rocky was made. Yeah, I saw that. Bro, Howard changed. I used to listen to him religiously as friends with Eric the Midge. I could talk to Debbie the pet lady. Nowadays, I love Riley Martin, but Howard turned into what he hated. Dude, I remember when Howard Stern Private Parts came out. I went and saw that in the theater. I remember I saw Jane's Addiction had a freaking track on there. That was great. That was when things were really good. You think black tips with my ginger hair would eat? Satanic, yeah, probably. Probably would, yeah. If length isn't a factor, you're gonna. If you don't like it, you can just dye it back. Yeah. Weak woke. Ma'am Donnie. And if that's the damage, that's what's other than the tips. I think Ma'am Donnie's goal is to raise the cost of living so high in New York City is basically Disneyland for rich people only. So let's talk about that for a second, right? Here's the thing. Either that, or they're going to import a bunch of rich people from around the world. So you know that like the Middle East is running out of water, right? We had a live on that the other day. The Middle East is running out of water. They have less than 10% of available fresh water left. It's getting very hot and they need to use more water to keep it cool. And so they're running out of water very quick. So if New York, if you can only get super rich people there, he kicks out everybody, then you're going to have a bunch of people, the rich bastards from the Middle East will be able to come over and live in New York and then have access to, obviously, the fresh water of America. Let's see. Pin that. Stern has been top of the game since the 80s. Yeah, I remember listening to Howard Stern on the school bus on the way to school. Have you ever listened to Chris Plant? Chris Plant. I never have, no. Syndicated radio program, 66 years old, Milwaukee, Wisconsin. I never heard him. I know my grandma on dad's side might freak out because she does what might ruin my hair. But low key, it's not like I'm dyeing my head or doing neon. Yeah, don't piss off your grandparents. If I went neon, yeah, there's wigs, right? I wish I was lying. I loved Howard's. I loved Richard and Sal. I love Fred. Always like Robin, but Howard's terrible now. You follow that money, man, and it leads right into the pockets of the freaking wackadoos. James Franco overlived all the peasants because it's a desert. Right. Opie and Anthony. Tool. Anthony's Kumi is great though. Opie's a tool. Okay, gotcha. Art Bell. Hey, Art Bell was great too. What up, Captain? Welcome, Caracas, Venezuela. That's single track, right, brother? Back in Venezuela, try semi-permanent dye. Mom, daddy is playing chess and we're playing checkers. I'm going to have to start selling my tap water to Middle East online. Brother, I'm telling you what, you're going to see, yep, coast to coast. Yep, coast to coast AM. Yeah, I remember I would go out to my brother's car. He was 16. I was 13. He was 16. I would go out to his car and listen to Coast AM on the radio. And we had this emergency. This is before cell phones. We had this emergency CB radio. Yeah, it had a magnetic antenna that you would put on your roof, and you plug the power into the cigarette adapter. And I would listen to Coast and talk to people on the CB about what Art Bell was talking about. Yep. All right. I remember. I got a good memory, brother. How's freaking Venezuela treating you? Garrison Keeler. I think she warmed up to it, to be honest. She warmed up to my sister getting a small tattoo to remember my great grandma who knew her. Don't like tattoos. She can remove it if she wants. She can get it removed. Well, maybe. Prairie Home Companion. Yeah, I remember Prairie Home Companion. All right, let's see where we at. Prairie Home Companion. Paris Hilton. All right, let's see what the internet's got for us. Still assisting in search and recovery. Yeah, completely crossed, not crossed my mind. It completely left my mind. I forgot all about that. Damn, yeah, that looked rough. Having a thermal camera on a drone. Oh, still looking for survivors, I guess, because you're not going to pick up anything not survivable in a thermal camera. Jeez. I guess that's a little bit better because I would prefer not to dig dead bodies out. The CB radio craze of the 70s was really yeah, it was great. I was born in 77, but this was still in like the late 80s, early 90s that I got into it. Wolfman from Galactica 80. Wolfman Jack. Remember Wolfman Jack? Yeah, from Art Bell and George Norrie. Yep, both of them. Awesome. Pratt drops a nuke. Tim Pool versus Jay Dyer, Sticks and Hammer, Gravity. Jeez. Ham radios are wild. Saw a video of a guy freaking ISS orbiting overhead. Freaking awesome. And number stations. Gotta get me one. Jack Keenan might call a midnight caller. But that ain't it. Lincoln's no pressure. I wonder what the flight time is on that. Using his arms to control his blow key. Right, I don't have the freaking arm strength to be able to handle that. Let the arm pump with that thing. Yeah, I guarantee it's absolutely wackadoo. I might even get information on the Chinese spy balloon. My friend's big sister was a total horror on the CB radio. She had a perfect ass. That's really. Water jet. Yeah, those are cool. Yeah, the water jet packs are cool. That like you stand on them. They have a big, huge pump. Pumps a whole hell of a lot of water and blasts it out the bottom. Those are pretty cool. Richard, get you one. HOA, I love it. Anyone ever seen the movie Fahrenheit 451? Yeah, I saw Fahrenheit 451. Yeah, it's impressive. That's freaking dope. The Wave Runner. BBC 4 switched off the low wattage transmitter last month over 100 years. That's definitely hard, brother. Freaking awesome, dude. That's freaking tough. It's awesome. I wonder how hot those fans get. So we actually looked up what turbines they use, and I think it said it had like a 2,000 degree exhaust temperature. I mean, unless that's something different. They have propane. It uses liquid propane, and I think it's like almost 2,000 degrees, but they nozzle it down really tight. But I mean, I guess it cools down pretty quickly. But let me see if I can find it. Let me see. What is that called? Gravity Industries. Okay. Gravity Industries jetpack. Not gravity. Not how many. Gravity Industries jetpack. Okay. The micro gas turbines generates 1,050 to 1,300 horsepower. Okay, and let me see if I can find out which turbines they use. Okay. Okay, they use jet cats. Okay, they're running on jet fuel, Jet A. Okay. 1,200 RPM, 80 miles per hour. Mark V has 7 jet engines. Flight mechanics, changing the thrust angle using your arms. Okay, jet cat engines. Jet cat. All right, here's jet cat. So we can look up the data sheet here. All right. All right. So 220 newtons. All right, let's see. Electronics, fuel, hoses. Okay, here you go. Key functions, fans, control, additional functions, jet cats, blows, turtles. Okay, I can't find it. All right. What did I miss? Missing everything here. She had dudes in the 70s vans picking her up about 20 times a day. Oh, straight up whore. I thought you meant like talking dirty. You mean straight up. Yeah, couldn't resist. Have you registered the jetpack if you went down with it? Or run away from the registrar? Yeah, my arms won't handle that. I'll have to wait for anti-gravity too. Short flight time. Runtime. 3 to 10 minutes. 3 to 10 minutes. I guess how fast you're going. She's running around town with one black shoe, one white shoe, and that's freaking the laminator. The backpack's full of fuel. Burn rate probably gives 20-minute max. That's 10. Yeah, 3 to 10. For me to ask what you were with this dimensions of your. No, the batteries would probably be too heavy to give you anything. What's up, Cat? RC, they are. Yeah, RC jet engines. Yeah. Well, so Lamb brought in a video of the RC what the hell's that freaking plane? The RC Concorde, and it used 4 of these jet cats, and that's how it got the topic got started. Yeah, it's definitely got some big balls. If things go pop, you're in trouble. How are you? What up, Cat? Won't even tell me how many goes live anymore. I don't know what happened. I complain just working and trying not to have a damn heat stroke. This was we'll watch. We'll see if we can see another one again. This is Gravity Industries jetpacks. Let me see if I can find it real quick. We'll do another shit. We'll do another. It's a propane, or I'm sorry, jet fuel. So Jet A, which is kerosene, purified kerosene. Okay, there we go. How are you, corporate PR team? Weekly prostate. Yeah, 6 to 8 minutes for smaller 200 jetpacks, 8 to 10 for larger systems like the JB10, JB11, depending on pilot weight, fuel load, and atmospheric conditions. Kat's my cousin. She definitely isn't a man, Luke. No, she's not. She's my actual blood cousin. Thank you for telling me how I am. That. Oops. Kat's a creator. I have an electric RC jet. Kerosene and kerosene accessories. Another thing it's do. Yeah, dude, you gotta have some freaking serious upper body strength there. Yes, really. Yes, really. Yes. Like my mom and her mom are sisters. We have the same grandparents. Yeah, or same on one side. I didn't even see you call me a gay man. My weekly prostate exam is by 25. What do you think about the South Carolina Congressman randomly kicking the bucket? After coming back from talking about Ukraine and giving Russia sanctions, that's kind of crazy, though. It's crazy, that's for sure. But yeah, they can tell me anything. I'm taking back that gay thing. Born as a cousin, made as a friend. I bet you're saying called. That's why I say it. You know why I'm saying it. This is the Royal Navy. Yeah. Green Beret. Nice. Lindsey Graham has been saying wild shit his whole political career. Yeah. It's California's new flag. All right, let's find that water jet one. There you go.
This is what it's like to fly
Take it
on
back.
a water
They
jetpack.
still
First,
say
they
it
take you on a
Thursday,
little
so
boat
we're
out to
no
the
longer a
ocean,
gay
and they
bag.
strap these snowboard boots to you, and it's powered with a jet ski engine. At first, it's a little tough to get your balance, but then I got the hang
One
of
jet
it, and
cat
it was
flames out,
amazing.
and you're screwed.
The lesson was
Skinny
about
to a drink.
$300. I'd highly
Think like a
recommend
rock.
trying it out if you can. I hope to do it again on my upcoming trip to the Maldives.
What up?
This is what it's like to fly on a water.
Well, so that's the theory. So his theory was to have, I think it was 20 sanctions or something against Russia to stop the Ukraine war, and then he woke up dead the next day. That he got he said something about that the night before, and then. But the interesting thing is, he talked to Trump the night he died, and he said he had back pain, and his had an aortic rupture. And when the aorta ruptures or starts to tear, back pain, like central back pain, is one of the tells. So it could be just freaking stress and poor diet, heart disease. The caucus and full ultimate DIY hack for giving your home a polished professional finish. The greatest superpowers are flexibility and versatility, allowing it to seal gaps and shift over time. But yeah, welcome to our You should fly the Bermuda Triangle. He might disappear. It's Philium Shakespeare. Philium. I've heard whispers in the dark about Grant being killed in the strike. I have too, but I just know what I know. What I know now. Caulk and paint make you the carpenter you ain't. That's what we used to say. Caulk and paint make you the and grinder and paint make you the welder you ain't. The dankness. Russia. Yeah, Russia's got a good record of freaking knocking people off. Can't see it from my house. So did that kid dirty. Caulk still has its uses. Gorilla Glue caulk still have my tub, stop it from leaking. Still mundane. It's still mundane. Central Intelligence Agency expected to discuss the possibility of caulk being applied to real-world scenarios. Sounds deep. Caulk fills the tightest of cracks. Grinder. Look up the New Zealand deck sealant commercials. New Zealand deck sealant commercials.
If you're like me, you find it very hard to keep your dick dry. I left my dick unprotected and it was warped out of shape in no time. I could barely recognise my own dick. Imagine that. Then I discovered Schaefer's New Zealand style dick sealant. The best way to take care of your dick in 3 easy steps. First, wash your dick with soap and water. Then, wait for your dick to dry. Once your dick is clean and dry, paint your dick with Schaefer's dick sealant. I used to be too embarrassed to invite people over to see my dick. But now, My dick's the talk of the town. I even have pictures of my dick. Check out that dick. I'm gonna send this to my secretary. Barbara always loves to receive my dick pics.
Muscle
After
memory.
all, summertime is all about spending time on your dick. I'll often have 20 to 30 people on my dick at once. That can really wear your dick out, causing dick splinters and discoloration. But with Schaefer's dick sealant, my dick stays a nice golden brown colour. Who wouldn't want a golden dick? I used to never let children anywhere near my dick.
Jesus
My dick was too dangerous for kids to
Chrysler.
play on. But it seems like every couple of
Unsolicited
neighbourhood's
dick
been on my
pics.
dick this summer, and they've all had a good time. My dick's over 70 years old, but it looks brand new. That's part of the reason all my neighbours are jealous of my dick. Isn't that right, Jum?
Yes, you've got a nice dick, okay?
His wife is always on my dick, begging me to know the secret of my perfect dick. If you like Schaefer's dick sealant, check out Schaefer's New Zealand.
Jesus Chrysler. The heart attack gun from the Cold War. I've heard that too. All right, what am I looking up? What boats am I looking up, brother? He's saying, the last time we had a party, people ruined my dick. What am I looking up? Dolphin boats. Look up dolphin boats before you get off. Asked you 4 times. Dolphin boats.
Meet the Sea Breacher. With its sleek design and powerful
Later, cat.
performance, the Sea Breacher is engineered for adrenaline
Missed
pumping
artwork.
fun. Its
Hot
ability
Dickens
to explore
side
the
up.
surface and the
Do not
depths
destroy
has
skydive.
opened a world of underwater adventure. Meet the Sea Breacher. With its sleek design and powerful performance.
That does have some powerful performance. All right. All right, what's Lamb got? Some freaking wackadoo ass. Probably got copyrighted shit. I'm going to ban him. All right, let's see.
It's like this. Like what?
It's better not be copyrighted,
Oh, yeah.
you son of a bitch.
Friends. But I can't take part. I'm not really up to it.
The French can all legally surrender themselves.
I see. I'd be useless. Useless? I would be. In what way? In every fucking way. Are you swearing? I'm not swearing. We're looking at Saturday, but you're needed in London this Friday. It's a bit sudden, isn't it?
Lamb needs a nap,
it's very far
dude.
from sudden. Teddy's been working on this
Yeah.
for 5 months. Dan almost that. I've been in on it for 2. It's not sudden. Preparation, preparation, preparation. As far as the actual job's concerned, it's a piece of piss. A monkey could do it. That's what I thought of you. Cheers, Doc. You're at the Grove, then. Your name's Roundtree. Like Smarties, like Shaft. If they give you a call, just over here, see some friends, social visit, family, that sort of thing. Somebody will call you, pick you up, probably Mike. What's that supposed to mean? What? That stupid nodding you're doing.
He slope psychosis. That's what I'm thinking.
Is this a fuck off, girl? No, of course not. Are you saying no? No. Is that what you're saying? Not exactly. What are you saying? I'm just saying, thanks and all that. Thanks for thinking of me. But I'm just going to have to turn this opportunity down. No, you're just going to have to turn this opportunity yes.
Jesus Christ.
I'm not exactly match fit.
Told me you wouldn't understand. I fear Martin needs to get some rest, Bubba. Yeah, he needs to get some rest. It's Vegas Atlantic City.
No, Don. Yes. No,
Micro
yes,
cow.
No, yes. I can't. You can. I can't. That cunt. Don't do this. Do what? Look,
What up, Roscoe?
This what? Come on, Donald. I'm sorry. Shut up. Cunt. You louse. You got some fucking neck, ain't you? Retired. Fuck off. You're revolting. Look at your fucking suntan. Like leather. Like a leather man. Your skin. You can make a fucking suitcase out of you. Hold on.
His eyes are gonna pop out of it. Said, yeah. Trust me, I smoke weed. No, I don't. Yeah, no, it ain't weed.
Stay here.
Yeah, it leads a mic.
To be ashamed of
The
yourself.
Dark Crystal. It's called sleep deprivation, gentlemen.
Near the castle. Top of the wall. Or you think this is the Wheel of Fortune? You think you just make your down fuck off? Leave the table.
You're gonna start a fight
Thanks,
club.
Don. See you, Don, off to Sunny Spade now. Don, fuck off, Don. Not in your pool like a fat blob laughing at me. Do you think I'm gonna have that? Do you really think I'm gonna have that, you ponce? Alright, make it easy for you.
Daggum is right.
God, you fucking trying. Are you gonna do the job? It's not a difficult question. Yes or no?
Lovely lamb lunch, everybody. I'll be watching a documentary about sleep deprivation. Yes, yes, yes. Sounds like a horrible idea. I love it. Fun fact, on the active front lines of Ukraine, newly deployed Russian assault troops survived from an average of just 20 to 30 minutes. Yeah, I heard that. I heard it was 35 minutes was their life expectancy. That's freaking crazy. That was lovely lamb lunch. And it needs a nap from like 3 months ago. Please explain the context of your eyes. I have no idea. This is our friend. He makes these videos and none of us ever know what the hell he's going on, but he's our homie. So, hey, Richard, you won't believe this, but I'm broken down Nissan. Again, Roscoe Jones the cat. I'm trying to get some subs so we can go live. You're trying to go live, or who's trying to go live? What can or you're on a phone. If you're on a laptop, you don't need any subs. Where can I get some of that stuff? I tell you what, somebody must change the chemistry of that stuff. Jesus Chrysler. The lamb. This chip. Yeah. If you're on a laptop, you just need to, you have to go to studio.youtube.com and then click go live. And if you haven't hit accept yet, you'll have to hit accept and wait 24 hours to prove that you're you. And then you can go live in 24 hours. On a phone, you need, I think it's 50 or 80 subs. Yeah, do a live from Venezuela. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Brother, hey, are you on the Discord? Join the Discord and we can set up a time I can have you on stream. If you're in America. And you got that Colombian bam bam. That's the yellow. Yep. There's a freedom statue of Charlie Kirk. Live from Iran. Just don't get some shit that stepped on like crazy. You guys are freaking wackadoo. All right, let's see. You have to try to find your life. Yeah, I'll give you a sub, Roscoe. I'll give you a sub. Let's see here. Boom. Go to channel. All right, brother. I gave you a sub. You got 10 now. So you need 70 more. I can't remember if it's 50 or 80. I can't remember. And you got to be over 16, I think. I don't know, Jared. I can't remember. People going to vandalize within minutes. No problem. Roscoe P. Coltrane. Ask and you shall receive. Have you been to the Freedom gas station? Yeah, Freedom Fuel. I misunderstand. Misunderstand. Charlie Kirk replaced the Statue of Liberty. I didn't know he was from New York. No, he's from Ohio, I think. I think he's from Ohio or something. No problem, brother. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. Yeah, you know, that would actually be if they made it if they made it a monument, like a federal monument, then a bunch of people would vandalize it, and then a bunch of people would get whatever's that 10 years in jail. Been to Buc-ee's. I'm ahead of my time, he says. Yeah, he's ahead of his bedtime by like a week. Indeed. I'm old, 39. There you go. Charlie Kirk always sported the gun culture. Yeah. More miserable lamb breakfast. No copyright. All right. Let's watch more of Lambs.
Excuse me, Chief. How much for this wardrobe?
Looks like at least he's had a nap before he made this one.
That one, mate, 250. 250? That's a bit steep. Not really, mate. 1890s, French oak.
It's a broken cup. Olympic level skier.
You said Gateway to Narnia?
Yeah, they'll sue me. The long con.
Say the Narnia? Like line and that. That's right, love. Yeah. 50p for the season, mate. And you're saying it's a car boot sale? Well, yeah, don't need it anymore, really. I mean, it's handy when I had the flat, with outdoor space and that.
They haven't changed the colour line now, or is that?
And that, you know.
No, they're not going to.
So, yeah. The wife don't really like it either. Me and the wife go in. Oh, yeah, it all works. Look yourself out. You're a pan, darling.
Sound effects.
What do you think, darling? Oh, we'll come back. We'll come back. Oh. If you can get it leather sofa, actually. Be lucky. Excuse me, Chief.
Lamb. Okay. So what is this one about, Lamb? I'm so confused. Better if Rich doesn't speak. But if I don't speak. Oh, geez Louise, I tell you what. Okay, let's see. At least he's trying. Okay, he's a playing a charity shop volunteer. Okay, you understood that. He's got maybe he was collecting coins with that cup. Political parties get funds from the gun associations. Right, right, absolutely, yes. And not only that, but you also have countries from outside of America that would like to disarm America over the next 20 years. But that's never going to happen. It doesn't matter, dude. If you look at gun sales after Charlie Kirk's death, they went up like 8%. That's a lot for America. There's more guns than people in America. Legal guns. It's illegal guns that do the killing. Kirk would have helped black empowerment causes because he wasn't racist. R.I.P. number 48. My opinion on aliens. So first of all, I do not know if they exist or not. Let's just get that out of the way. I've definitely seen lots of wackadoodle stuff. I have a father who's a physicist, rocket scientist. He worked with the Applied Physics Laboratory, Johns Hopkins Avery Propulsion Research Laboratory. So I know that there's lots of things that do lots of weird things that our government does. So I do not know if what we see is alien when we see wackadoodle stuff. But is there a possibility? I mean, if you go back, read back as far as you can, even old biblical texts, other religious texts, even non-biblical surrounding texts back in the day, there's a lot of people talk about things from not of this earth. Now, whether it's hallucinations, but there seems to be a lot. And so it appears that there's something, but whether it's actual alien or there's a lot of these theories about like an undersea group of people, there's something. Now, whether it's actual like aliens from outer space, that I do not know, but I would love to find out. That's for sure. Never stop being you, Lamb. Charlie Kirk enjoyed black people. Yeah, he enjoyed everybody, it seemed like. Try again without talking. No. Trump's going on the dollar. Trump is going on the dollar coin. Nah, I don't need that flower. Speaking of that, I find that to be stupid. Like he takes a tragic event to make you get strapped. You're kind of on the slow side. Yeah. Gun stock surge. Yeah. It's the Chinese. Everybody to grasp both moves. Be proud. I'm proud. That's what gun y'all have? Any specific model? I ain't telling you. I ain't making that public knowledge. Yeah, right. The Atlanteans. I got two. The undersea people. The Atlanteans. All right, let's see. Flight failures. The film gate. Uh-oh. We tried some inflatable shoes. What cigarette do you smoke, doctor? I have none because probation. 2 minutes, my probation will end at around 7. As soon as I get home from probation, after it ends. Watch it. Charlie was the nicest person in the world. They can kill Carly a little bit. Yeah, I agree. Except an else that the U.S. administration Trump died. You know what? I saw something before I went live, and I thought it was just a meme. It said, liberals are going to be pissed Trump's putting his mugshot on a coin. I thought it was just a joke, but maybe that's what you're talking about. Is it his mugshot? If it's his mugshot, then that's what I read, and I thought it was just a meme. I thought they were just joking around. I thought he was just trolling. Charlie was a good guy. Matter of fact, I'm almost certain Lamb and Richard have seen some of my pew-pews. I have. I mean, he was kind. He wasn't always nice because a lot of people can't handle direct confrontation, especially when it hurts their feelings. He was kind. He wasn't necessarily nice. Like, he didn't hold back. Like, nice people won't tell you things that you need to hear because they're being nice. Kind people will tell you what's best for you to hear. Jeez. Greater green before. From got lefty to do it. Yeah. President Donald Trump's face appearing on. Oh, yeah. Grabber is hard.
دقیق همین بون برجه جد جدي توار
He's not even scared. I'm retarded all the time. You're not alone, brother. Does anyone want to share their favorite Charlie Kirk quote? Ben Shapiro is much nicer than Charlie. He knows his limits. Freedom of speech is when you allow people to say things you don't want to hear. That's right. Yeah, he's not even scared. He's like, oh, they're blowing up more stuff. All right, let's see if we can find this real quick. All right, let me see if we can find the Trump dollar. Coin with Trump's face on it. It's commemorative. Oh. Yeah, commemorative. Okay. I can't tell which is this. Our technology is badass. No, right. Abso-freaking-lutely. I used to roll up. This is a hold up. Ain't nothing funny smiling still. It ain't nothing like moving. Hold on. I used to roll up. This is a hold up. Ain't nothing funny. Stop smiling. Still ain't nothing moving but the money. Charlie Kirk. The coin can't be used as currency because you can have a living being on it. Oh, I didn't know that. Trump will Mount Rushmore. I have an absolute favorite. Don't like Ben Shapiro. But my favorite quote from Miss Facts, don't care about feelings. Yeah, that's a good one. That is a good one. Yeah, it's for a gift. It's for gift. Unique gifts for collectors and fans. No way. That can't be it. Hold on. That just looks like a company made it. The U.S. Mint. It says, so we can put living people on it. It says they can. Hold on, what? An interview said Besant noted that the commemoration of the 150th anniversary, they put Calvin Coolidge on a coin. So we can too. So the 150th, they put Calvin Coolidge on it. And he was alive, so I guess they are going to do it. It's an AI coin. That's the cause of Abraham Lincoln alive in Cuba. Tupac and Elvis owned land there. Yeah, Ben's a smart guy. This freaking thing sucks. Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. No live president on paper money. He got it backed by the Federal Reserve. Not backed by the Federal Reserve. Him and Tupac playing baseball in 957. Jack Hughes. All right, let's check it out. Lamb's art really got out in bed by Dollar Coin, though. All right, let's see. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Nice, nice. Well done. Well done. That got me all amped up. I blame Biden because he wasn't Biden. He wasn't Biden me stuff. He was Biden a lot of people's stuff. Not me either. Yeah. He gave out what a freaking disaster. How's this related to Charlie Kirk? They won for Charlie. I'm tired of my homies in this World Cup deal, bro. We never watch soccer, and now y'all act like it's your favorite sport. No, I don't even know the rules of the game. Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon. Uh-oh. Trump announces a shock that... Okay, let's see it. Let's see if we can find something on the Trump coin. Federal law prevents a living person's face from appearing on U.S. currency, but the Trump administration has argued this particular coin circumvents that ban based on a 2020 law. Allowing designs commemorating the country's 250th anniversary. Wow. Need a $250 bill. That's what they said earlier. He got a $250 bill with his face on it or his signature on it, and maybe it's just his signature. But they're talking about a $250 bill and this. He said well, I want to see it. Hunter has introduced a bill called the Change Corruption Act that explicitly prohibits the likeness of a living or sitting president appearing on U.S. currency. The Fire Amendment is an 1886 law that prevents any living person from appearing on U.S. bonds, securities, notes, or currency. In 2005, Congress passed the Presidential $1 Coin Act, which allowed the issuance of circulating $1 coins featuring presidents of the United States. Hunter spent that $1 million. Yep. Oops. However, this law also restricted such a coin series to deceased presidents. In March, Trump handpicked panel serving the Federal Commission of Fine Arts approved a special commemorative U.S. gold coin featuring the president. The 24-karat gold coin will feature a depiction of Trump leaning at the Resolute desk based on a photo currently on display at the Smithsonian National Portrait Gallery. The $250 bill right there. Featuring Trump's... He's such a freaking troll. It was preparatory measure by the Treasury in the event Congress passes legislation to allow it. So they... Trump is trolling them, saying that the Republicans are going to take over the House and the Senate, and then if they do, he's going to be like, you shouldn't have tried to kill me. I saw Hunter's photos, laptops where I lost my vision beyond perverted and disgusting. Yeah, he's a rough one. He doesn't just a troll, just lose their minds. Politics will never be that entertaining again. I can assure you. I agree. Hunter has less of a chance of a pull than Trump and King Charles. Coke makes you do some weird shit. I agree. Hunter is pulling rope, page 74 of the $1 million. Essen showed off the bill after Washington Post report said the Treasury Department had pressured the Bureau of Engraving and Printing to produce mock-ups of the bill. He's definitely trolling. Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, we all been there. Lamb might still be there. What? What up, Vibrato? Nah, what's going on, brother? What's going on, my brother? What a time to be alive. I mean, think of it. This shit will never happen again. Right. Right? Yeah, this is definitely a very interesting time to be alive. Definitely an interesting time to be alive. All right, let's find something fun to watch. He said he heard that. Oh boy. Let's see here. Let's get some freaking. There we go. All right. Magnesium. Attempt to launch a plane. All right, let's see. I know nothing. Have you ever gone to the Bantu Project in here? Yeah. I listen to that guy all the time. Grrrr. I don't know anything about anything. I know a little bit about a little bit. I know a little bit about a lot of things. Wow. Here's an electric wingsuit. Timmy Tight Lips over here.
What you're watching here may be the closest any human has come to flying like a bird. The world's first human flight powered by an electric wingsuit. Chances are you've seen wingsuit flying before.
Yep.
The sport has blown up in the last decade, with daredevils pushing the boundaries of how we define human flight. But until now, it's mostly been limited by the height they jump from. Meaning, if you jump from 10,000 feet, that's as high as you're gonna get. But all that changed thanks to skydiver and wingsuit pilot Peter Salzman and his world's first electric wingsuit. Peter got started as a stuntman in his teenage years, jumping into things like foam and cardboard boxes.
I was able to jump like higher and higher till it started to hurt, and then I had the idea I have to go and start.
Me neither. He's definitely, listen, regardless of what you think about him as a politician and a person, he's definitely a master at trolling. He absolutely gets that. And even if you hate him, study him. You should always know your enemy better than you know yourself. But you have people that hate him so much, they're not learning anything from him. You should be able to learn something from everybody. Sam Alton. It's very tasty hot dog flavored water. Looks like the same thing I use underwater. Probably. It probably is the same type of thing. Yeah, it's a battery powered turbine fan.
Fast forward to 2017, countless skydiving jumps and base jumps later, when Peter got the idea for a powered wingsuit.
I was in the mountains with a friend of mine, and we found this jump which was not possible with a common wingsuit. And we really thought about, okay, how could we make this possible to jump that? We need like an additional boost system,
he's wackadoo.
Something which increases our performance to be able to fly like a flatter angle and to go over this flat part and then being able to fly down the whole mountain.
Peter spent weeks in his garage figuring out ways a wingsuit could have some sort of assistive propulsion. He even came up with the idea of what he calls an impeller, a propeller that's enclosed in a tube-shaped housing.
That is an impeller. He didn't invent the impeller.
So he teamed up with BMW I to develop an all-electric thrust system. The team tested in wind tunnels with different materials, sizes, and angles before reaching their final design. If you're wondering why have it mounted on your chest and not your back, you're probably not alone. Peter initially thought it would be a back-mounted system.
We found out that it's probably much better if you put it on the chest, like on the front side, to be able to have like the whole back like empty of everything, so you can open your parachute normally and you don't destroy like the lift of the normal wingsuit.
The final design is two carbon fiber electric impellers powered by 50-volt lithium batteries that can produce thrust for up to 5 minutes. Peter controls the throttle by bending his left middle and ring fingers. He's also got a release switch for emergencies, and there's 2 parachutes, one for Peter and one for the impeller system. So now that he had his dream all-electric powered wingsuit, it was time to make the first official flight over what's known as the Three Brothers in Austria.
Agreed.
3 mountain peaks.
More than real.
The first 2 are about the same height, and the third one is taller. Peter's plan was to jump from 3,000 meters by helicopter, fly flat over the first 2 peaks,
it's all fun and
use
games,
the
so you blow your
thrust
penis
to
off.
push himself over the third.
Don't blow your penis. That's pretty badass, by the way. You only get one chance under the skin because they ban you. And the mods do. It's extremely fun.
Peter topped out at 186 miles per hour. That's about 3 times the speed that most standard wingsuit divers can reach.
So what was it like the first time you actually flew that final product? How did it feel?
I mean, for me, it was like incredible. Like as long as the way is for something, as nice it is at the end. Like, if you really get it. I mean, it was impressive how much influence the system actually had. I never thought that you really feel it like that much.
Yeah, I don't have that much upper body strength at all to be able to. The amount of wind pushing against the wing part of the suit is trying to pull your arm back in. It's trying to pillow out, you know, and which would pull your arm back in. And you'd have to pull it out to keep that aerofoil design. I'm good too. I'm good. I ain't doing it. One time at the club, a girl rubbed against me and I bricked over the rest of the night. I'm banned for pretty much all whitey living rooms.
Yeah, I still get like a big smile when I think about the first times when I switched it on and really felt, whoa, it's really working.
Now, Peter is still working on improving the wingsuit. He told me that could go in one of 2 directions, either making it lighter and easier to handle, or making the thrust system more powerful. He told me he thinks he's leaning towards the former. So what do you think of Peter's electric wingsuit? Let me know in the comments below. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to give it a thumbs
it's
up.
hard enough
and
with
subscribe
gravity,
for
never
more
mind
videos
turbines,
like it.
right?
I'm Andy Altman. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the future.
Another Altman. That's what you were talking about, I guess. Okay, let's see. All right, let me see if I can find something real quick. I need to get me some water, too. Some water. Cross-sectioning electron microscope. Obstacle courses. Supercar submarine. A supercar submarine? Lamb's on the front page again. Lamb looking freaking like he needs a nap. It's fun. Yeah, Altman's everywhere. Stupid liberals. All right, let me see here. Batteries need to prove a whole lot more. So if you look at the silver carbon batteries, I think I mentioned this yesterday on stream. The silver carbon batteries with the same weight of current lithium ion batteries have 2 to 3 times the charge capability, and they recharge in 6 minutes. So the same size and weight car battery would more than double the amount of miles you get out of an electric car, and it would charge in 6 minutes. And it's not explosive. If it pierces or punctures or there's an accident, there's no lithium. It's silver and carbon. So that's something that's on the way. I visit Borko's channel once in a while. I've seen all the videos. Anyway, everything makes me a liberal cry. I read the power source for Iron Man was real. Really? An arc reactor? I played the long game in this liberal rooms. Take a few weeks to get them on my side and start trolling them. Jeez, you guys are freaking nuts out. I don't have the energy to and always saying some shit. Some girl usually just full of hate, screaming about how horrible right-leaning people are. I just play the villain and construct it in their head. Yeah, and that's a big freaking thing. It's like, how do you expect to convert anybody when you're just who would want to hang out? Like even like guys aren't like, oh, you seem like a kick-ass girl to hang out with. No, you're horrible. Like, and like the guys are horrible. Like they just go right to horrid shit. Like, or maybe you've got the secret to let me know why I should be on the left, and it's something that I don't know. Instead of just screaming and yelling and telling me I'm a Nazi and shit. Okay, maybe I just don't know as much as you know about this. Maybe I don't, and I'm not going to be able to, because when I look it up, it appears that you're wrong. So maybe I'm looking in the wrong places. And it's like, no, they're never going to guide you in the right direction. They're never going to give you grace and guide you. And they're just going to say, no, you're the enemy and deserve to be slaughtered. Silver price would be like gold. Yeah, I think it's going to be very, very huge soon. Listen, in order to be able to use electric cars less explosively and more and get the same type of distance as you would get out of gasoline powered cars, you're going to have to go to a battery pack like that won't blow up if you get into a car accident or just has a short circuit or whatever. Porco's channel is just Sopranos clips because their minds, Richard, everything should be on their side. Beginning asking questions. How dare you ask questions, you fascist? Right? Maybe I don't know. And you just questioning them is like you're like stepped on their cat. No, hey, teach me something. Teach me. I can't afford college like you. Maybe you should help everybody else by not being an asshole. But no, they just go directly to anger. That's peak woke insanity to call Richard Nazi. Yeah, Tupac, California, NYC won't have enough electricity to provide charges, new batteries. Nope, they'll be done. They're on their way out. All right, let me see if I can find us. You guys want to watch this lovely lamb lunch while I run and get some water. You're acting like a bunch of liberal woke snowflakes. Rich is cool, right? I'm trying to be pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm just so glad now that it's me and you because I know you inside out. I know that you're definitely frustrated at me with this whole Bobby thing.
I'm not angry. I am annoyed. Like I do find your and Bobby's relationship very weird. Like I do.
You're getting married, Harry. He's had partners.
Do you know
Of
what?
course, he's your ex-boyfriend, but it was 7 years ago. You need to get over the 7 years, Harry. I love you. You're my family. Honestly, I could not be without you. But at the same time, Bobby's a nice person, Harry.
Don't know, it's just...
Why are you crying?
No, I just don't ever want to, like, because we're so close, I'd never want to lose you, and...
Why are you going to lose me for?
I feel like I am.
I'll have fun here.
Lord help me. A lovely lamb lunch, everybody. Ask them why white people are bad. You get the same answer. Oh my God, if I have to explain it to you, you're just dumb. Right. Google it. Right, yeah, and that's the thing. That's what it's turned into. It's almost like they're paid to make everybody feel miserable so that you can convince yourself that being miserable is because Republicans exist, conservatives exist, and then if they were gone, then everything would just be blissful. But you can't prove to me that you can even feel happiness, well, except over murder. Liberal women are quick to ignore you when you call them out on their lies. Yes. Yeah, they can't stand that. I buy all my electronics from Temu Housefire. It's cool. What up, MVC? Broski at Woke as Snowflake AF. Martin, explain yourself. I feel the same way when I listen to that accent. That's lovely lamb lunch, McMisfit. Water bottle. They always just say conservatives are pedophiles and rapists. Right. And the problem is when you try to find out what they're talking about, you can only find things that they've written about it, like blog posts where they call conservatives pedophiles and stuff. And then when you try to find stuff that's not blog posts and Reddit posts that they wrote, they don't exist. But when you try to say, hey, did Tim Waltz let a pedophile loose in his community? Yes, you could find that. You could absolutely find that. Good lordy. What must be on that bottle of water? See right there, that's the look, the black and white look. Let me tell you what Lamb's thinking, or what Lamb's brain is thinking for him. God, I need a nap. I think I slept last week. Dun dun dun. Okay, there we go. That's rude, Richard. Stop being rude. Okay. A bowl of water. Having a ball. All right. Met the world's tallest humans. Huh? Dancing influencer doctor. Dancing influencer doctor flees after patient dies. They always bring up how Trump said he wanted to date his daughter, which is an OT. It wasn't at all what he said. All he said is he would date he would date if she wasn't his daughter. Like, oh, I'd date her if she wasn't my daughter. Like, she's a beautiful person, a great person. Like the kind of personality that you would want to find in someone to date. He wanted tampons in men's bathrooms. Yes, right. And he was a few swing states away from being our vice president. What's wrong with thinking your daughter's intelligent? You know, right, yeah. I don't find that being a problem. Lamb be like, I have to work in 3 days ago. Everybody's an expert, he says. Buenos noches. All right, what do we got? Let's see. Hopefully. Let's see. Grab her by the pussy. Hallelujah. All right, let's see.
Right, Lamb. You've made it this far. You made it to the co-op. Get your head together. What are you doing? What are you looking at? What are you looking at? What are you doing? Give your head fucking wobble, man. Fuck's sake. Look at you.
Look at you.
Like a bloody zombie. Sausages there.
No, I can't.
Look at you.
The snort folio.
You're a disgrace. You're right, Pratt. He's right. What am I doing? Where am I? What year is it? Who's president? 5 minutes later. All right, that's what you got. Okay, lure pack.
Snort folio.
Licorice all sorts. I didn't think he liked licorice all sorts. Oh no, I panicked. A boost and a pot noodle. Expecting company, are you? Right, Lamb.
Snort folio. That's what you should change your channel name to, Lamb. The Snort folio. The Snort folio. That's funny. The Snort folio. Oh, I hit the wrong button. Dang it. The Snort folio. I'm still freaking. Okay, that's funny. Okay, sorry. Here I go again on my own, going down the only road I've ever known. It's like a drifter, I was born to walk alone, but I know what it means to walk alone the lonely street of dreams. Did you hear about the people in Ohio that 16 kids living in terrible conditions? Yes, dude. It's freaking. There you go. Now you got a good idea. The Snort folio. I'm playing a long game. Let's sue Lamb in 2.5 years. Copyright strike. I love you, Lamb, but I have no idea what you just said. Lamb Gorda. Schizophrenic man buys milk. I hate metal, but that's a good song. Yeah, it's a good song. Just here I go again. Yeah, like I was in my punk rock phase back during that, so I didn't listen to any like hair metal and stuff like that. But that's like after getting old enough to go to bars and whatnot, you would hear that a lot, and you know, it was that there's definitely some catchy stuff. Absolutely. You're not born gay. You used to be. Reminds me of English comedy Peep Show. Hilarious television. Well, yeah, he's got a lot of stuff like that. You might want to subscribe to the Snort folio. Holy crap. I took a homeless guy skydiving. Look at this. That's a freaking thumbnail right there. White Snake, Def Leppard are great. Great video on that White Snake track. Yeah, that was a good video. $10 says Richard owned a denim vest. No, I swear I did not. I didn't own a denim vest. No, I had a leather jacket and I had a bomber jacket. I didn't have a denim vest. Super chats are accepted. No, I used to. So I had a leather jacket that was given to me. And like when I went to school, in school we used to have like art class where we would have, you know, we could do like photography and like develop stuff and paint, yada yada yada. So every day or every week, I would take the acrylic paints and I would paint something new on the back of my jacket, and it would last about till the next week, and then I'd clean it off and then paint something new on my jacket. Chicken in the corn. Thank heavens. He was leathered up, patched up, scalp badges. I had scalp badges. Yeah, I was a Weeblo. We be loyal scouts. Weeblos. Yep. I lived life, boys. Here I go again on my own. Going down the only road I've ever known. Like a drifter, I was born to walk alone. I got wackadoo shirts. I didn't have them back then. He stored condoms in the front pocket for easy access. I had one in my wallet. Cause I know what it means to walk along the lonely street of dreams. Does that say H? He kept his cigarettes as back. Yeah, I smoked Camel Lights back then. The Will Ferrell scene. All right, let's see. All right, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Here I go again. Oh my! The Rick Beato, Les Claypool interview is really good. Yeah, Rick Beato's freaking. He does a lot of good interviews, and you know he gets copyright strike for playing those songs. When he plays them, he gets copyright strikes for playing that because the song itself. If the songs that he plays, if the notation of the song is registered, then you playing it is considered a public performance. Like Lamb has this one on his channel of him doing karaoke, and I got freaking copyright strike for that, even though it was karaoke. So yeah. Yeah, this is definitely freaking schizophrenia or cocaine psychosis. A touch of glass. Dun, 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 dun. The snort folio. The snort folio. What's the joke? I haven't figured that out yet, brother. It's like stepped on coke, son. It's like stepped on coke. I lose my sympathy for YouTubers over 2 million voting, and they're getting struck. I lose sympathy for YouTubers over 2 million moaning, and they're getting struck. What's your thought process on making that? Tell us, Lamb. Oh, for Beto. Yeah, what was the artistic inspiration behind stepping on some shit? It's rock and roll, baby. Rock and roll. He's my soul. 2 million subs. Oh, God. Right. Yeah, they don't seem to care. It was Strongbow advertisement. Absolutely. What's the name of that cider that you drink, Lamb? Is that Strongbow? Is that the cider? I disguised myself as a homeless person. Spirit. Air drag. Playful muskox gets the zoomies. The fastest man on 2 hands. Why I hate cheek implants. I'm not a fan either. Monk, is he in there? Drink Strongbow, feel like a hammer has hit you. And that's his second channel. Oh, yeah. I know what you mean. But it's odd that he's playing the song. He's got the bass or he's got the guitar in his hand and playing the song. He's not just hitting play and playing their music back. He's like, okay, the lead in Pink Floyd freaking Comfortably Numb, and he picks up a guitar and he plays the lead without any background music and gets a copyright. That's crazy. But they're making all that money. I guess you can just keep being confused. Yeah, you're not. Yeah, Lamb's not answering you. Strongbow, unrecognized from Wednesday on a Sunday. What? Okay, Knuckleheads. Super Mario Brothers condom trumpet. Master of Puppets at 210 BPM. Machine Gun Grandma. No way.
Please, Mom.
America. Freaking America right here.
All right.
You did it.
How was that, Mom? Said, how was that? Was that fun?
I said, if he goes wrong, first again, I will shoot him in the toodles.
If he draws on me again, I'm going to shoot him in his toodles.
Please, Mom.
Freaking America, right there. Super Mario, bro. Yeah, that's what it said. That's what it said. It said Super Mario trumpet condom. Let's see if it's still there. Yeah, here it is. I don't know what it is. Seriously, I agree about the copyright. It should be less ambiguous. Yeah, I agree too. Even for being I'm a white boy, but my neck is red. I put Miracle Whip on my Wonder Bread. Bam. Rich looks like my childhood friend Steve Dow. You mentioned that. You mentioned that. I remember you telling me that. I have a pic of my grandma holding one of my ARs, a huge glass grin on her face. I guess he was like, I ain't never using this condom anyway. I might as well play a song. Bam, bam, bam. All right, we get it. We get it. That's funny. That's funny. Oh, man. The zoom is. Oh, boy. There's one time at band camp. Steak cooked in 6.8. Oh, he's cooking steak with freaking. Cooking steak with thermite? How monkeys open a coconut. 3.9 million views of a horse farting. My grandma shot granddaddy on 2 occasions. One occasion with his own service revolver, and when he was a cop, the other with a 12 gauge. On purpose or accidentally? Jeez. Habitual offender. How to tell a girl is crazy. No, we're not gonna watch that. Shoot me once, shame on you. Shoot me twice, shame on me. Once, okay, maybe an accident, right? That hell yeah, on purpose. He got drunk and acted like he was gonna unalive the kids. Oh shit! Well, there you go. That's a different ballgame. 96-year-old takes flight again. 96-year-old, a World War II plane.
II pilot takes to the skies yet again. Bob Brocklehurst. He's 96 years young. So climbing into the cockpit of a World War II plane can be a little bit of a challenge at 96. But wait till you see what happens when he gets behind the controls. Listen to that engine firing up here. It's been decades since Bob was in a plane
Steve
like
took
that.
a bunch
During
of track
World War II,
classes
he
and
flew
pounced
them
at
all the
55
time.
Yes, and today he got another chance to soar above the clouds
Fox 13's Kimberly Quizon takes us along for his ride.
At 96 years old,
Don't bend my legs like I used to.
Bob Brocklehurst needs a little more help boarding a plane than he did back in the day.
First step's the hardest.
But give him a second, and he's right at home.
He's an amazing man, and our family is so proud of him.
With a grin and a thumbs up. This World War II veteran took off from Tampa in a P-51 Mustang, similar to those he flew in the war. Once he's up in the air, he's surrounded by memories.
I went back and landed that rascal. True story.
But on this flight, Bob wanted more than a trip down memory lane.
He said, give me the control.
He tested a few of his old tricks. Yes, he got to do the loop and even a few barrel rolls. And he did it with skill.
You are amazing. You are the man. Made me feel right at home. It's just like putting the car in the garage. You do it without thinking.
Bob served nearly 30 years in the Air Force. He enlisted before America entered World War II, and he served two tours in Alaska with the Aleutian Island campaign against Japanese forces, which had occupied the territory.
Weather was the worst enemy up there. We started off with 1,500 guys in flight school, graduated 971. We lost about 251.
The Alaskan terrain was some of the roughest any pilot would navigate during the war.
Not about the grandma shooting the grandpa. You ain't told me that one. Jeez.
We got it on the job training.
The Collins Foundation made this flight possible. They say the real reward is getting to spend time with veterans like Bob.
He's a national treasure, just like the airplane. That's why I told him. I said, I am flying with a national treasure.
As the number of World War II veterans continues dwindling, Bob hopes his story and others will live on.
Nice. You got the bullet holes remind his ass so you shoot the word enough.
Remember that there was a war and it wasn't all parades and beautiful flying in the skies.
In Venice.
Thank you and great landing.
Kimberly Quizon, Fox 13 News.
That is the best story I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Beautiful. Rip Sky King, dopest loop ever done in a commercial aircraft. Yeah, that was pretty freaking cool. He didn't crash it, right? He ended up landing and getting some mental health help, right? Fly high Air Force. Sky King. Freaking. Yeah, I shot the shit out of him 5 times with 38, twice to the door with a bird shot. You call your jeez. Bullet Boys albums. No, he crashed. Oh, did he? He's dead. Okay, all right. Okay, yep. Okay, yep. I don't know. Maybe my mind made up the end of the story in a better way that it actually happened. I could have swore they were like, just land the plane. Yeah, on purpose. Yeah, rip Oliver Tree. Richard Bong. Yeah, listen, that shit's crazy. That Oliver Tree stuff is crazy. If you ever get into the freaking doubt, the odd sides of that. Dude went out on his own terms. Yeah, no, absolutely. With somebody else's freaking Bombardier Q400. Let's see. What am I looking at? Richard Bong. Richard Bong. Dick Bong. Sky King videos. Watch it for 8K 4 a.m. when you're feeling down and shitty about life. You need to let shit out alone. Okay, Richard Bong, Air Force Medal Richard Honor. He was one of the most decorated American fighter pilots in the country's top flying ace in the war, credited with shooting down 40 Japanese aircraft with his Lockheed P-38 Lightning. He did a loop, was 10 feet away from the water when he completed it. It was legit AF, but he had to leave Earth, so he got the way he wanted. Bam. I thought it was like the above. I thought, what? 101-year-old pilot causes near catastrophe. I'm too old to get an Oliver Tree, but he seemed like a cool human. But yeah. I mean, I didn't really get into the music part of it. I'm talking about the story behind like how the helicopters crashed, and like Like, and then you hear about how he was worth more dead than alive, and he was talking about got all wackadoodle. The person at the control was trying to the air traffic control was trying to talk to him and help him, but he wanted to fly until it ran out of fuel, and he said he wanted to crash in a place where no one would get hurt. And 101-year-old former pilot was given an opportunity to ride along in the rear cockpit of a Great Lakes biplane during an air show on Father's Day. Before the plane was fueled up, the authorized pilot could be seated. The man took off and embarked on a near catastrophe.
Oh. Yeah. We might even, how about if we take you for a ride? Would you like to go for a flight in that Great Lakes? Okay. We're going to actually take him up in a Great Lakes. So if you can indulge us for a few minutes, our pilot, Brad Spruce, is going to fly from the front seat. But first he's going to help.
The loop where it was 10 feet off the water, I was pressed the fighter pilot to show and scrambled to intercept him. They were on the radio shocked about it.
At any age, but at 101, this is a bit of a challenge. So our pilots, our ground crew, are helping the crew in. It's all about the processing.
Did you see that cut? This is bullshit. Did you see that cut? So here, okay, and then watch before there's a cut in the film before he takes off. Like, all this is one shot, and then there's a cut where probably the other pilot got in, but watch. So, cut. What about the red bearing? That's an old air shack, just an old routine. That cut. Yeah, this is just the gag. This is a gag. Yeah. So everybody thinks it's a 101-year-old. Yeah.
Well, you know the old saying, what goes up must come down. Yeah, let's hope he finds a nice safe place to land, but not back here.
I didn't know that Charlie Kirk was like.
He's gliding. Oh my God. That's not just gliding. Oh my God. Oh my God. Some of the fuel must have landed.
The video would have been 10 times better if Lamb recorded it and narrated it.
Pilot's operating handbook for Great Lakes. Upside down. That's not bad.
Oh no, smoke! He's gonna run out. Falling, still falling, still falling. And
remembering his all aromatic routine. Never his turn. Gee whiz. You know what looks like he's having a time of his life up there. All those hard
Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So you just just off to the shop for a bit of fish and chips. That's lamb bear. Except in lamb air, the white line disappears. Buddy. Not my plane, but I'll get you by the airport. Damn, boys, blowing clouds that day. That must have been huge. Freaking lamb air. Lamb air. Oh, that shit's funny. I don't know why I do this stuff. All right, let's watch something to wind the night down with. Let's see here. Let's find something fun. Adapted karate. Disability karate. He likes them chemtrails. Look at the disability karate. No way. All right, never mind. Sorry, my apologies. I can't do it. I can't do it. Play it in reverse to watch the lamb ski. Watch lamb ski. Watch the line disappear. I want to see this. Sorry, brother. Here, I'll give you a link. I'll give you the link. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'll absolutely just Here's the link for you, brother. Like, I can't do it. I can't do it. Cumulus. More planes. Okay. What I break? Oh, that looks pretty cool. Gyrocopters. Yeah, play that in the jungle plane airplane shows the super stunt. Watch all the gyrocopter. Auto gyro. You're here drinking coffee again at the park? There you go, freaking Georgie, brother. Get that coffee. All right, let's see. Let's see. Okay, where are we going here? Flying failures, stock footage. Let's see. Elephant gun, 25 million. Brutal dwarf fight. Man, YouTube's giving me some wackadoodle stuff. Throw her heads up. Where's this camera when they're where's the she had a selfie stick. She had a selfie stick, so it filters it out. You ever see when people are like walking around with a selfie stick? It like filters it out. Badass pilot. The cameraman is holding it right. He's right outside of it. Beautiful vintage cycles. Hindenburg disaster, 1937. Jeez, needle air gun versus body armor. Yeah, brother, it's hot lately. Definitely been hot. 97-year-old World War II vet jumps from a plane. 75th anniversary of D-Day. 75th anniversary of D-Day. Jet-powered blower. Dancing influencer doctor. All right, we'll watch it, Tozy.
This doctor danced and rapped her way through actual surgeries, then got sued by more than a dozen patients, had her medical license ripped away for good, and instead of, I guess, retiring quietly, no, she picked up a new name and kept doing the exact same things like nothing ever happened for years. Sometimes stories come across my desk and I'm like, okay, there's no way this is real. And then I research it and I realize, oh, this is very real. Despite me pinching myself to make sure it's actually real, just due to how unbelievably stupid
they're gonna get my private jet and fly.
I mean, it is safe to say we have quite the video today. So somewhere between 2017 and 2018, back when TikTok was Musical.ly, a video started going around on the internet that at first glance could have only seemed like, I don't know, a skit. Hopefully, because essentially you had a woman in scrubs, scalpel in hand, mid-surgery, fully vibing to various rap songs as she cuts into patients' stomachs. Okay, except, as I stated earlier, no, this was absolutely not a skit. This was just Dr. Wendell Davis Bote, a board-certified dermatologist, running her own cosmetic surgery practice just outside of Atlanta. On paper, I guess
that's where I'm at.
Looked pretty solid. She went to UCLA for medical school. She'd been practicing for over 20 years, and she ran her own cosmetic surgery practice, doing stuff like liposuction, tummy tucks, BBLs, and overall augmentation.
300 million metric tons of diesel
has totally revolutionized the concept of liposuction. It is a simple procedure that is done in office, under local anesthesia, with the patient listening to their iPod, singing along with music, and it's actually an enjoyable experience.
But I guess the problem started because she also had a hobby that ended up defining her entire career. Filming herself dancing and singing directly over patients while they were in mid-procedure. And obviously, this is while the patient is probably unaware of what's going on, you know, because they're under anesthesia and they're unconscious. So, there's a whole lot of red flags waving when you see that. But this is one of the 20 videos that she'd been posting to her own public YouTube channel for years, all filmed in the middle of real procedures on real patients that she, I guess, used as marketing for her own practice. But in one, she's dancing around with instruments in both hands, leaning over a patient's exposed backside and rapping Migos lyrics. Then in another one, she's cutting into someone's belly in sync with OT Genesis's song, Cut It. We live in some interesting times, filled with some interesting people. And sometimes, I guess, our staff...
Yeah, me too. Listen, the risk ain't worth the reward to me. I'm not going to jump out of airplanes. I'm not going to get in these auto gyros. I mean, listen, I tried to build my own helicopter when I was like 16. It worked pretty good until it got about, I'd say, 3 inches off the ground. Then the prop destroyed itself. And then I said, okay, I built something that got off the ground. That's enough for me. I'm done. How dare we speak of this racist black folk getting their groove on? Yeah, safe enough. No problem.
Just got in on the action as well, and they started dancing behind her like they were.
The thing is, there's other forms of transportation that can get me to where I want to go.
Backup dancers instead of, I don't know, medical staff. And again, to be clear, we're talking about real operations on real people who were sedated the whole time. But according to her, patients supposedly agreed to be filmed ahead of time and even picked out the songs, which, I mean, okay, fine. Maybe some of them did, but that doesn't really explain the lawsuits that went flying. And I feel like that explanation gets a lot murkier when you realize what was actually going wrong in that operation room while the cameras were rolling. And by the way, she made like 20 different videos with like 20 different patients. So this is just crazy. But essentially, this is where the story stops being funny. So in February of 2016, a woman named Isilma Cornelius, she went to see Dr. Bote a few weeks before her wedding. She was also working towards a PhD in nursing at the time and wanted some Botox and a few touch-ups so she would feel good in her dress. But according to court records, once the staff realized that she was getting married, they pitched her on more.
Yeah, I saw that.
She ended up agreeing to a tummy tuck and liposuction package on top of the original plan. And
Georgia needs better doctors. Do you think Trump is preventing better qualified? No, absolutely not. Actually, he's actually trying to get better qualified doctors. The problem is America has went through this issue where we've started to push through people dependent on if they're gay or not, or if they're black or brown or yellow or white. So they did this thing called DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. So how good you are at something was less important than your skin color or if you were gay or not. Anybody that was marginalized was more likely. So what often happened is you would have people that didn't really get that good of a grade at stuff. They shouldn't have moved forward. They should have been like, look, yeah, you paid for medical school, but you failed here. You're low, so you're not going to get into an advanced degree. But because there wasn't enough of these certain minorities in the upper classes, people were pushed through. Or if the class didn't have enough of each color person or gay, trans, whatever, then you wouldn't get funding and whatnot. You had to have certain percentages, quotas, and the quotas are illegal, but we've been doing this for like 20 years. So we pushed a bunch of people through that weren't, they shouldn't have been pushed through. And so that's what happened. So now he wants to do by merit. So how good you are at whatever you're doing, whatever you're going to school for, not just that a quota needs to be met. I shit you not. No thanks. I'm happy with my feet on the ground. Too many accidents, mishaps, my poor lady thrown off the cliff. Yeah, dude. Yep, Fauci. Yep. Quotas are illegal. Tell our police. Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Procedure apparently ran for over 8 hours, and she wasn't even given general anesthesia or intubated. She just got a mix of medicine, and there was allegedly no proper monitoring equipment being used to track her oxygen levels during all of this. And near the end, when Bose was still stitching up the incision, and Selma's heart just stopped. So staff,
the pharmaceutical companies control the doctors. They control the med students are taught because they donate tens of millions to this school. That's why the doctors push pharmaceuticals. I agree there too. That two things can be true at the same time, right? That's also very true. So back in the day, the Rothschild developed a form of medicine using only pharmaceuticals that came from their oil production called petrochemicals. So sulfuric acid, sulfur is a byproduct of oil refining. Then chemists said, hey, we can use these precursors and we can make all these pharmaceutical drugs. So they developed a medical system that used only this. So they developed a system, the schools that they created, the curriculums that those schools taught people to find symptoms and then use these list of drugs that were created from petrochemicals to treat these symptoms. So they created the whole economy of medicine around oil. And that's why you could lose your license if you used other things, like during COVID, the people that lost their license for using vitamin D and zinc, that was like, that's not part of the prescribed issue. That's not one of these prescribed things. So you'll lose your license because it's not part of the protocol. And that's where we live. That's why you have what's called alternative medicine. It's an alternate to the curriculum that's set up for the petrochemical medicine industry. I worked in sulfuric acid plant. Damn, that must have been rough. Interested? No, yeah, right. Old Dallas Buyers Club thing, right? Yeah. So if you look at this real quick. Petrochemical pharmaceuticals. What percent of our pharmaceuticals? 99% of pharmaceutical feedstocks and reagents are derived from petrochemicals, fossil fuels. But the U.S. accounts for 20% of global pharmaceutical manufacturing. It consumes 45%. Anyway, but yeah, that's my point right there. So the Rothschilds were oil folk, and then they developed a medical industry that used their oil, and that's where we're at now.
Called 911,
Union
but
Chemical.
by the time paramedics got there, she was, in
Ace
her
Chemical.
attorney's word, essentially gone. And unfortunately, even though they got her
Acme
breathing
Chemical.
again, the damage was already done. She survived, but she came out of it with permanent brain damage and needed a feeding tube and full-time care for the rest of her life. Her son, who was 26 at the time, became her caretaker, and he did that job every single day for 7 years until she passed away from complications related to this injury.
Interlocking
So once the
industries
Soma's
scratching
case
to his
became
back.
public, more patients started
Elites scratching the elites back, and it's circular. Same type of things happening with AI. So you have the industries that create silicon chips, and like Nvidia. So Nvidia and the silicon chip manufacturing like AMD are selling into buying stock in AI companies, which use the money from those stock sales to buy chips from NVIDIA and AMD, and it's circular. Yeah, what did I say? Yeah, Rockefeller. What did I say? Rothschilds? Rockefeller. What did it do?
Started coming forward, and by mid-2018, Report had counted at least 7 active malpractice lawsuits against Beauté, with several more already settled. Like, you had 2 sisters, Christine Dolly and Mitzi McFarlane. They said they went in for something called Smart Lipo, a laser-based fat removal method, and instead came out having undergone regular liposuction, which left them both saying they felt very disfigured. Then you have Latoya Rideau, the patient in the Cut It video. She said that she never agreed to be filmed during her February 2017 surgery, and the results left her uneven and in ongoing pain. Imagine being too busy filming social media content for your business, trying to be funny, to actually do your job properly and not actually take care of your patients. Like, this is just so crazy. But I still feel like it's pretty much all downhill from here. Because something that came up during the reporting in this was a very important detail. Because Beauté's own website advertised her as board certified in both surgery and dermatology. But apparently, she was only board certified in dermatology. But she was still operating on people and filming music videos. To make things worse,
Murder
she didn't
yeah,
have admitting privileges
that's
at
what I
any
hear too,
hospitals
brother.
either. And her office itself wasn't a licensed surgical facility. It also came out that the Georgia Medical Board had reportedly received a complaint about her practices as far back as 2016, over 2 years before her license was finally suspended. So in June of 2018, after a physician's assistant reportedly called in a separate incident, which was, in this case, a patient hospitalized with a collapsed lung and blood loss following a liposuction, breast augmentation, and BBL combo, the Georgia Composite Medical Board suspended Beauté's license, calling her a threat to public safety. What is wrong with Atlanta at this point? I mean, we've covered so many of these medical scams coming out of Atlanta. You had, you know, all the veneer techs. You had the couple that was doing BBL.
You watch to see what happens when they say that the gangs, the street gangs, the blood type, Crip type street gangs have been involved in all of this stuff and in election fraud. Wait, I bet you some of it comes out tomorrow. I live here, so you watch, wait till it happens. This is why a lot of this stuff goes through. Can we talk?
And motels, and now this, a dermatologist operating on people in a facility that you can't operate on people in while filming music videos. I'm at a loss for words for Atlanta, but apparently in an interview at that time, Beauté defended the videos. She said that they were all staged and planned, and that the patients, they had picked the songs themselves and told her when to hit certain beats.
Joan Rivers,
which is,
outspoken for today.
Hard to do when you're under
sure was.
anesthesia, but hey, whatever floats the boat. Also, remember the woman in the Cut It video? She claims that she had no idea that this was going to be filmed. So I don't know who's lying here, but I do have a hunch. But she also claims that these videos were just an educational tool.
It was
kind of private. I'm very private. So for me to actually harness a personality for social media and make it where it's a human relationship building and educational, and also to relieve anxiety about cosmetic surgery, because there's a lot of, in my preoperative and consultation visits with my patients, I noticed that.
So she's doing all of this lying, knowing that she doesn't have the certification to do surgery. Yeah, corruption at its finest. Yeah, I don't know what Trump's going to talk about tomorrow night. I'll be streaming it, so we'll see. But I bet you it has something to do with Georgia. It's crazy here. I'd love to see Joan Rivers on The View as a guest. Yeah, right. What up, who's a fail? I read Joan Rivers did not go to a regular doctor before she died. Dun. Somebody knocked her off.
The biggest thing that comes across is anxiety. Music is such a global language, right? If I tried to educate through just pointing at the computer and saying, here is your muscular anatomy, here's where the muscles separated, this is amount of skin I may cut off or a tummy tuck, people, they didn't quite listen. When I added music to it to educate, all of a sudden, People paid attention.
And apparently she told Rideau something along the lines of being a dancing doctor actually grew her following because apparently people love a dancing doctor. Do you know what kind of doctor I like? A doctor that does their job and is focused on the patient and not filming social media content and actually has all the credentials they say they have. But hey, I guess that apparently is too much to ask for in 2026. That's not a guarantee anymore. But apparently that same year, Beauté formally agreed to a consent order suspending her license for a minimum of 2.5 years with the option to petition to get it back afterwards. But during that time, the order banned her from using the titles doctor, physician, or MD in Georgia. But there's a pretty big detail that resurfaced a couple years later because one of the videos in the Cut It one was filmed while Dr. Roland Pinkay was managing Rideau's anesthesia. Because in the video, he's singing and dancing along the background during the actual surgery. Rideau eventually sued him separately, arguing that his behavior during the video was a part of a broader breach of how patients should be treated and respected while unconscious. And this case actually went to trial in Georgia in 2024, and the jury cleared Pinkney of any legal responsibility.
I couldn't imagine
deciding his conduct with the anesthesia itself met the required standard of care, even though he admitted on the stand that he regretted being a part of the video. So instead, the jury placed 100% of the fault on Beauté, who wasn't actually a defendant in the particular trial, and essentially awarded Rideau $0 in damages. And while all this was going down in court, Beauté's financial situation was apparently just collapsing behind the scenes. So a DeKalb County judge ordered her to pay $700,000 to her former malpractice insurance company after she allegedly failed to pay the amount that she owed across 28 separate malpractice claims filed under a single policy. 28 malpractice claims. That is crazy. How common is it for doctors to receive malpractice claims? About 1.6% of physicians result in a financial payout or indemnity. I actually don't like those odds. So 16 out of 1,000 goof up. I guess it depends on the field. Ooh, so apparently with surgery, it can go all the way up to 15 to 19%. Oh, these are claim rates. Okay, so this isn't actually a... Wow. Okay. But apparently her former insurance attorney said in 25 years of practicing law, he'd never seen that many claims stacked on one policy. So clearly this was not ideal whatsoever. But she was reportedly served with that lawsuit back in July, but I guess just never responded to it. So it defaulted. She just lost it. Awesome. So at this point, you were probably thinking, okay, that's it. Nothing worse could happen, right? Because so far we've covered, you know, a doctor getting exposed. She loses her license. She gets hit with like a ginormous financial judgment. And then she fades into obscurity. Except not quite. Because in November 2024, a news investigation out of Atlanta found that Beauté had rebranded herself completely, and she even changed her name. She was apparently now Catherine Davis, a combination of an actual middle and maiden names, and she's now operating in a new state, Texas. And the new business is Eden Med Spa in Austin, where she's listed online as the owner, touting experience at UCLA, Cedars-Sinai, and Emory. There is some serious audacity here. And of course, all of her new patients are completely unaware of what happened in Atlanta. Because if any of her patients or future patients search up Catherine Davis, nothing connects her to her old identity. No suspended license, no dancing videos, just a complete clean slate. And a producer of this investigation went undercover at the spa for a consultation and secretly recorded the whole thing on a phone. And apparently during this visit, Davis talked about her medical training like any licensed doctor would.
So we sent in our Channel 2 Action News producer to see what Dr. Davis tells patients. We switched off the undercover camera in the exam room. Davis let our producer record the consultation on her phone.
So as a physician, you're trained, okay, what the worst case scenario?
According to Texas law, it's illegal to advertise or promote yourself as a doctor without a Texas medical license. There's no license listed for her as Catherine Davis or Wendell Beauté. A consent order in Georgia also bars Miss Beauté from using the titles physician, doctor, or MD, but she has been.
And when a reporter later confronted her asking if she knew it was illegal in Texas to advertise yourself as a doctor without a Texas medical license, she didn't really answer. And there was no license on file for her under that name or her old name in any other state.
Do you know it's illegal to Advertise yourself as a doctor in Texas without a medical license?
All right,
Quiet
let's
with
see.
us, but online, she is dancing again, this time with needles in advertising. Do your patients know you have a suspended
So what happened?
prize when we called Miss Davis,
Fast. The Spa Zone website
Do you
started
recall
actively
last time
scrubbing
someone took-
every
Shut
reference to
up,
Davis
space
as, I
cow.
guess, owner or doctor. And they were doing this
Wackadoo ass.
live while the reporters kept refreshing the page and watching the changes happen in real time. And the business itself sent patients an email saying that Davis was dealing with difficulties outside of Eden and wasn't currently doing procedures there anymore. And apparently, by law in Texas, a licensed physician needs to be one of the owners of any medical spa, and reporters
So what
couldn't
happened?
even find an active
Todd Churchill
business
sitting in his
license for
deathbed.
Eden
Tulane
Med Spa
University
itself
trains
on
medical
top of everything else.
assassins.
So the whole
Jesus
thing
Christ.
eventually
I
got
think I've
reported to
heard
the
that.
Texas
I think
Medical
I've
Board
heard that.
and Secretary of the State's office. However, though, even after all of this became public, it took a while for existing patients to actually connect the dots here. So in one story that happened in September of last year, a woman named Takeem, who had gone to Davis for a facial thread lift procedure, she said the appointment went wrong almost immediately. Because according to her, Davis reacted to something going wrong mid-procedure by yelling out in shock, which understandably freaked her out even more, because, she's sitting there in the chair, which is, again, more proof that, hey, maybe you should have a license to be doing this. Maybe you shouldn't be doing any surgeries as a dermatologist. I don't know, maybe you shouldn't be so soulless and still practice on people when you have no business doing so. I don't know, though.
Yeah, dude, that's freaking absolute insanity that you've got people cutting on other people and you're doing dancing TikToks while you're
Just like, imagine going in for plastic surgery and your surgeon starts throwing a temper tantrum mid-surgery. That is crazy. I have no idea how anyone should feel during that situation, but Takeem, she says that she was left with jaw problems and visible scarring and ended up spending over $7,000 trying to get it corrected. But the worst part here is she went back to Davis for the fixes because she still didn't know who she actually was. Oh, people like this deserve to just get put under a jail.
So
But
what happened,
Bote
wackadoo?
responded to that specific report by saying the reporter should go pull the actual medical records if they wanted the full story. But I guess by that point, Eden Med Spa itself had apparently gone under entirely. So according to former customers who'd said they found a notice
The
on
landlord
the door about
locked her out for
rent,
unpaid
so
rent.
I guess the whole location just shut down for good. How are you scamming all these people and you still can't afford your rent? This just doesn't make sense. I don't know. I'm just like shocked that she essentially got chased out of a whole city and state because of her medical malpractice. And then she just sets up shop in a different state with a new name. But at the time of this video, she doesn't appear to have an active medical license under either name in either state. At least anything that I can find publicly.
Man, I thought-
but hey, considering she's already changed her name once before, I wouldn't be surprised if
The
she has a new
TikTok
name now and she's
dancing
back to
freaking
practicing. And the craziest part of
med
the
spa
story is
doctor.
there's no real ending here because despite the media attention and the complaints filed with both the Texas Medical Board and the...
So here's the problem. Here's the problem. You have these people that you have a government that doesn't prosecute these people. Like, look at all these people that ended up dying in a back room for getting a back room BBL or Botox or wackadoodle stuff. And it's like, if they don't die or if they just get sick or something's gone wrong, the people just get yelled at. Don't do that no more. It's about to be $1,000 fine, and you made freaking hundreds of thousands of dollars giving people lip filler and stuff. Right? Yeah, I was a member of a Mystic crew in Columbus, Fresno for the oldest parade cruise in Mardi Gras. Go bald. You go bald. Oldest cruise in Mardi Gras. Damn. All right. It's 10 minutes to midnight. I'm going to go ahead and call it a night here, ladies and germs. Hit the like button if you haven't, please, on your way out. Subscribe if you haven't. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Love you all.